For the first going to Lux Race, second going to Donkey Duff, third going to Bassett, and DG on their 15 stream streak. And did I miss any stream streak? Thank you again for that hype train and all that stuff. But we're going to be hopping back into Vintage Story today, where yesterday's stream, while was not a super long stream, was an extremely productive stream in Vintage Story. We already have something like 14 ingots worth of bronze that, like, material-wise, I need to actually make the ingots. Also, let's see, a new product Zomboid crashes, saves when you crash, but you notice that it puts the crash in the save name until now? Oh, okay, yeah. No, it's also interesting when Product Zomboid crashes, since the world state and your character state are two separate things, and your character state's updating all the time. But the world state only updates a little bit here and there, because otherwise it just hang the game just from saving the file so often. So it's always funny when you have a crash and, like, the world is, like, a little bit behind where you are. Alright, so where we left off, I have a bunch of stuff going on here. We're getting into proper fall. We are over here making our new anvil. I can make my bronze anvil. We have been getting a lot of crops harvested, which has been really good. And just continuing to work on that. Okay, so you need N. Alright. And most of the stuff I'm planting over here will not be done in time. They'll die in the winter, and then I'll just get the seeds back. But I'm trying to get as much as we can. We got our pumpkins coming in, so I'm excited to see if we can't get some of those done. Right, so things we got going on is I need to get leatherworking started. My intention for the leatherworking is that once we hit winter, I'm going to have to put a certain amount of effort in on just, Sorry, I'm going to have to put a certain amount of effort in hunting to get meat. Because the berries will basically be gone, and, like, the random bits of, you know, various plants will be gone. The mushrooms, I believe, are mostly gone. So you get the idea. My food options in the winter get far more sparse. We'll also start dealing with problems with cold. And so then the intention there is that we're going to start hunting a bunch. The other thing we did is we checked there's 2 holes in the ground right next to my home. And one of them was just like a tiny little hole that didn't have anything going on it to it. The other one we went down below and they had like saw blade scorpion things and a whole bunch of stuff that was way outside my capabilities at the given moment. That I went down there and just got utterly murked. Like, the Sawblade Scorpion thing one-tapped me and could hit me from almost 3 tiles away. So we had basically the same range. And mine just made a dull metallic thud and did, like, no damage to it, and it one-shot me, so... We gave it a good couple tries, and then we're like, alright. Definitely, I am not prepared for this, that I'm gonna need some armor. Which I've been warned those things are one of the toughest enemies in the game to deal with. Right, and I have a whole bunch of stuff here. So I can keep processing all of our stuff. Because right now we're basically just waiting for the anvil to get made. Because once I have the anvil, we can make a whole bunch of bronze tools and all that stuff. So in the meantime, we're doing this. Now, I was informed, and I thought this was true anyways, that as you process berries into juice and then juice into wine, each step actually lowers the calories a little bit, but you get the bonus of it lasts way longer. You know what? Let's do this a different way. Give me those buckets. And hey, Lardine, how's it going? But right now, I'm feeling pretty good about our overall situation. Hey, Bonder Jr., how's it going? Merry Christmas to you as well. Yeah, no, I kind of wanted to stream today because I know a lot of people are hurting that family's not around or they can't be there with family, all that kind of stuff, and it can be a tough time of year. So I wanted to be able to offer a place for, you know, people who just need distraction or whatever. There's a place they can hang. Because so many places are closed and not much going on and people are busy and yada yada. Thank you, Lyriel. I do appreciate it. Alright. So just making a bunch of juice. What do you do with the mashed fruit? What I'm doing with it is I'm deliberately letting it rot, because then I can use the rot to make fertilizer. You can use it as animal feed as well. That's kind of its main two uses. Alright, so you got the cranberry juice. That's this one, so boom and boom. And then you're full. We'll seal that for making wine. Those are both cranberry wine. That's red currant wine. We have the red currant juice. Seal that. You've got wine there as well, so you got one bucket left here. Alright, so we're in a weird situation. We got one barrel here. Okay, so what I got for the problem here is just the fact that I don't have enough for a lot of that. So you're my empty ones? Oh, it could be pig food? Yeah, no, you can feed the animals with the You can feed the animals with the mash. I think that's kind of intended to be its main use. I guess I'm going to keep buckets of juice on me right now. Because I've run out of barrels in here. They run the cellar? Yeah, so the cellar just really slows down how long things take to rot. The chunks of the berry mash has a pretty short shelf life. If we look, that's only 2 days. And if I put it in the cellar down here, it's 6 days. So it does extend its life, but not by a whole lot. And honestly, not enough to care, really. Actually, you know what? We'll grab that. I'll make one more bucket of... Because I'm kind of seeing as I'm just going to carry buckets of fruit juice on me, I guess. Because our wine barrels are getting full. And I do think later on I want to make like a second cellar. That's just basically our wine cellar. So they won't stack because they're different amounts, that's fair. Can drop that in there, and that makes it last for like 7 days. Yeah, so as you can see, I'm getting all this rot. And we'll use that to make fertilizer. Does that even count? Yes. So I'm not going to be ready for the leather for a while yet. Let's grab 2 full stacks of rot. Because I might as well have those barrels doing something while I wait. Honestly, put that last barrel to use as well. Because, if I remember correctly, this serves no purpose by itself. Like, anything going bad, but this doesn't really do much. I guess you could burn it, but then we can make it into compost. And compost I can add to my soil to boost the nitrogen real fast. But more importantly than that, is I can use it to make terra preta, which is like the best soil in the game. Which just requires powdered charcoal, a bunch of compost, and a bunch of bone meal. Or I can use high fertility soil to substitute some of the bone meal, which I probably won't need to because I've got a crap ton of the bony soil to process. Okay, so we got all that going. Ooh, mature pumpkin. So let's check ingredient for pumpkin seeds. So I could craft that to get pumpkin seeds back. So at least one of those. I'm going to tell it to give me more pumpkin seeds. I'm not going to bother planting those. So my first 2 pumpkins are just becoming seeds. Right. I'm probably not going to worry about planting these berry bushes right now. I don't think we have enough time left in the year before they just expire because of the cold. So I think it'd be better use of my time to not even worry about those. So things we definitely want to work on is getting iron tools going. Which I'm just waiting on that anvil to finish, and then I got a whole lot of blacksmithing I gotta do. Probably get a greenhouse online. Yeah, so terrible nitrogen on all those. So I've kind of been telling myself to not plant unless it's like around 40. What the fertilizer we're looking for. Yeah, so I think I've run out of places here that have passable soil for nitrogen. Oh, we have no shortage of quartz. Quartz is one we do not need to be worried about. We are very, very good on the quartz. All right, well, I don't have places I could plant the nitrogen crops in right now, so we're just gonna go ahead and chuck those in a box as well. Like I said, we are quickly approaching winter. Yes, those are at 100-some days. Okay, so what projects do they need to work on around here? Got all you going. Let's go find some oak trees and start getting tannin going. Maple, maple, maple. Maple. I'm gonna chop this one down even though it's not an oak tree because I've already half chopped it down. Maple, maple, maple. Got some pines up here. Funeral bell, I don't want to mess with that. I can put in for storage to also become rot, but rot is not a huge ordeal with what we're doing right now. I gotta be careful. I know there's a bear over there. They're gonna want to kill that bear eventually. My intent is to mostly ignore those animals until it's until we start getting into the winter. That way I have plenty of animals running around here for winter. I'm also low-key hoping... Actually, let's check one thing real fast. So you can use Acai, oak. Is that it? Yeah, so you gotta find one of those two. There's a game called Calico. Have you heard of it? It's good so far. I have not heard of, Calico. But what kind of game is it? Not a question. Like if you're enjoying it all that stuff. Alright, let's take the torch off, not waste our calories for no reason. Pink bonnet's poisonous. We've got resin up there that I haven't seen before. Got more resin over here. And so you've not played a lot yet. Cozy Slice of Life sim game. The player character taking over a retired aunt's cat cafe. Oh, that sounds cute. So something mauled that deer thing. Chicken in the woods we can eat. Or chicken of the woods, not in the woods. Even more resin. I apparently got resin all over the place down here. So I'm kind of looking for is bees, oak trees. I wasn't looking for resin, but I'm sure. Ooh, okay. Native copper right here. That's good to know for later. I've already got a giant vein I've located that I just need to keep working, but that's good for when that vein's tapped. There we go. It's a little baby oak tree, but it is an oak tree. Oh, that's actually... Take the time to tear these down. Just... You got me a watch trick for Christmas? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I hope you've enjoyed the last 70 streams you've caught without missing a single one. I do really appreciate it. I don't think we got a single acorn out of that, which is a big old bummer. We did Do you mind? That is so rude. I'm just over here committing minor deforestation. You gotta be a big old jerk and throw rocks at me. Can't even deforestation in peace anymore. Hey, Allison! Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Was it Icarus? I believe I saw you playing. I do hope you had good fun with that. I know that's another survival crafter out there. But I hope you had a good time and all. And welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know Allison Adventures, if we can get a shout out for Allison, I'd really appreciate it. 90% off on Steam. Nice. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole range of different games. Stuff like Maple Story and RimWorld, doing some Icarus recently. Also done Vintage Story in the past as well. So definitely recommend checking them out. Good times over there. Lots of fantastic Froggo emotes and all that good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you're having a good holiday and all that good stuff. Right now, we're kind of hoping to find bees and other goodies. I already got that cave marked. I wonder why I marked those caves red. I'm guessing I looked down in there and there was absolute nightmare fuel running around at the time. I went, ah, danger cave. Was that a shiver or was that... It is. I don't feel like dealing with that, honestly. If there's something I wanted or needed over there, that's a different story, but... We're kind of wandering right now, so... Okay. Bees are elusive? Yeah, no, this is the run very early on. I had found bees, and I accidentally broke the hive trying to, like, clean up around it so I could, you know, mouse over the hive to see, like, is there enough flowers in range for you to be happy and everything. And I was pretty salty about that. Because it was 100% an avoidable thing I did to myself. Okay, let's mark that there's another cave entrance here. Because eventually I want to explore those. At the moment, what we're waiting on is I've got a new anvil firing. Did I not already mark the red clay? I believe I marked it. Oh, you mean why I marked the thing red? No, the cave I wouldn't have marked it red for red clay, because I marked the red clay itself. I would have marked it because, like, oh, this place is dangerous, or oh, whatever the concern was. You watched 12 hours of your Discounty series. Very fun. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I did that for... Ooh, what was that for? Like, I was traveling at the time. I actually don't remember which traveling it was. I don't think it's TwitchCon. It was the one before that. But that way, you know, while I was away, I could kind of release it episodically for, you know, people who wouldn't have a stream to tune in the evenings, that there was at least a couple of hours content each day. Larch. Alright. Didn't realize we had larch on the island, but I guess we do. I'm also looking for oak for leather working. Okay. It's all just maple. Maple and then some pine. And I wish it would stop raining for 5 minutes. So this one area that I marked that I thought I heard bees, I could, you know, go and verify that. But it's so hard to hear the bees. I heard multiple growls. Oh, that's cheating. It ran through me. Come on, acorn. You suck, single piece of oak tree. Back off. Okay. Could ever get here when it's not raining. I knew that I was gonna get stuck in those trees. I should have just left. Because you notice I let the one go versus chasing, which I could have easily finished it off. Like I said before, I'm kind of trying to wait till the winter to actually start hunting wolves and all that. Because that's what I'm going to ultimately be needing a bunch of that. I'm going to want their meat and whatnot. Oh, right. It's not... Same thing it did the last time I played. I kept trying to right-click, then left-click kind of thing. And it's just, you right-click, let go. I'm assuming no on those bees. It's always walking through, you're just like, do I hear bees? When it's raining. You try and, like, narrow it down, but the rain just can't hear it. Rip Wolf jumped down into the abyss. Alright, let's see if our mold for the anvil is done so we can get... Nope, still going. Oh, it's gonna end like literally any second now. This will be great with syrup scene. I don't know if we can actually get maple syrup in the game, unfortunately. Alright. So let's grab the crucible, we have it here. So I need 900 units of bronze. We'll put the bushes there. We can take the one small hide and start it processing. Okay. So I did get 2 units of oak, which is not enough to do anything to care about. Drop off the bones. And the resin. That's an empty bucket, so I'll put it down there. Okay. Step 1 is I need 900. $700. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just trying to balance it out a little bit more. Because supposedly this helps make it go faster. Okay, so that should give me my 900 bronze I need. So that's going to take a decent amount of charcoal to do. They pop down here, drop it in. Get you going. And while that's starting to warm up, which is going to take a minute, let's grab all of our copper. That's lead, that's zinc. Okay, so we're grabbing all of our copper and all of our tin. Because once the anvil's poured, we're just going to be making a ton of ingots and starting to get those working. Actually, wait. Yeah, no, it'll be fine, because I'm going to get the anvil, and then this anvil's going to need to be disassembled. And unfortunately, my chisel is too worn that it won't actually finish. Put that away for now. Just doing a quick check on the crops. Oh, wait, we can plant you there. We can put the chicken in the woods and the lobster in there. We can put you in here. Put you in there. Okay, so you're still heating up. That's fine. It'd honestly probably be a thing to just keep cutting back these trees more and more like I have been. Oh, I've still got a tree that's like been topped off over here that I didn't actually finish cutting down. Because more and more I'm trying to hack back the forest line here as we expand. Could you not? Oh, not you. Yeah, you're getting there. Alright, let's just get back. Okay, you're almost ready. Then just gotta pour the mold, and after that point we can just start making ingots. Alright. Come on, you're right there. Now we're pouring our bronze anvil. Cool. Okay. So we put all of that in there. It's 7:45. Okay, 7:45. If I drop any tin off, it doesn't work. So I think that's where we're at for you. Chuck you back in there. And that'd be 7 bronze ingots. So that's all good there. Where did... Oh, I put my torch on the wall. That's fine. Where did you go? Where are you? Finally. It's been harassing me this whole time. Okay, so we can drop you off because that's another bucket of juice that I finished. Let's see. So with this, make another thread. I believe that's enough to make my first piece of armor. Is it good? Not really. Am I going to use it? Absolutely. Okay, so I've got you ready. There's another garbage arrow. Okay, you're still heating up. And more it's just not having very many places that the soil's in good enough shape. Okay, let's get back downstairs before we waste a bunch of charcoal. Okay, so you still got a couple more seconds. With that, even more turnips. Hey, motor, how's it going? All right. Oh, wait. Give me that back. So making all of our ingots. What game is this? This is Vintage Story. It's, it kind of visually reminds you of Minecraft, but, like, survival is quite a bit harder in it. The crafting has way more depth, as you can see, as I'm making a bunch of, bronze ingots real fast to be able to do my metalworking. Okay, so I've got some more flax. Ow. It is still 400 degrees Celsius on that mold, so it makes sense that my my character did not much enjoy standing on it. Oh, stop whining. Let's see, we can drop the piece of fabric in there. Okay, a lot of these are coming up done. Got horsetail growing in here, that's unexpected. All those are almost ready for harvest. Those are all almost ready for harvest. Those are almost ready for harvest. I got a lot of stuff here right on the cusp of being ready for harvest. I'm being a little paranoid about it because it's starting to get colder, and pretty soon a bunch of our crops will die because of the winter. Cool, so I got that all squared away. Okay, so the anvil's ready. So there's our new anvil. And those are still liquid, so I gotta wait for them to harden. Because then we're gonna break this anvil, because I don't need it anymore. Because that's a copper anvil, that's a bronze anvil. Bronze anvil is much harder. Drop the charcoal there. Drop the flax in here. That pumpkin's almost ready. I wish you could reclaim your copper anvil. What do you mean reclaim? I mean, we're gonna turn it back into copper. Like that is actually a thing. We just need, like, it costs you 1 chisel. The problem is my copper chisel is already damaged, so it doesn't have quite enough health to do the job. Okay, grab more of our berries off our bushes. It's gonna be very soon that I don't get to do that anymore. Not till the next spring, at least. Okay. Goosh is a little easier to see when some of these were ready to harvest. Like, some of them stand out extremely well, and other ones, it's pretty hard to tell. And thank you, the Ints, for the tier 1 sub. That's 13 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. But thank you so much for the tier 1 sub and all that good stuff. Really do appreciate it. Okay, so I got a bunch more berries. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and keep processing stuff. We're basically doing this until I'm able to get those bronze tools made. And then once we get the bronze tools made, we're going to go back out to where that copper was. We're going to finish off that set of copper veins, because it's a really big set of copper veins. And we'll see how all that goes. But I do like the idea that once we get some of this other stuff going, like our iron tools online and all that, of just making another, like, set of cellars, that kind of thing, that is just strictly for the wine or whatever. I'm curious how we could shelve multiple stacks of barrels. Like, what would be the most efficient way to do it? Because I'm not sure if it needs to be, like, an actual cube or not. We could certainly see different approaches to try and get stuff there. Okay, just a tiny bit left in there. Okay. Let's see, any advice where to settle? We found a place with several tall mounds for a short distance, but otherwise grassy terrain surrounded with ponds. The thing I've noticed is that generally I want the area to settle I have to have fresh water nearby. It's kind of the big thing. Fresh water is good. Places you can find berries or mushrooms are also good for your early game. That's kind of what I've found personally, is I like having those available. As far as like other resources in the area, that's been kind of neither here nor there. Okay, so wine. Okay, so got a little bit of cranberry juice there. And these are empty buckets. Finish that off. Okay, so we put these up here. And I'm hoping by now that those ingots are cool enough that I can start putting them to work. We got quite a few things we want to make. Okay, we can drop our mash off here. I totally forgot that there's even more in here. You're still good for 6 days. I'm going to choose to just ignore that. Probably need to do charcoal not too long. Okay, so first, regardless of anything else, light that up. Put you on the wall. We need to grab my hammer. Okay, so we got a bronze anvil. So I definitely want to make 2 pickaxes. And probably a prospecting pick. So that's going to be 3 of our bars right there. Okay. I do think making a chisel would be good to break the copper anvil, to get those back. Which would also potentially allow me to make more ingots. I don't think we need to worry about an axe or any of that. Later on, we're definitely going to want the, like, pounding rods and all that kind of stuff for, you know, making the auto hammers and everything else. We don't really have that stuff early on. Let's see, you got some water, mushrooms aplenty, bushes to plant. From what you can tell, no predators in before wolf comes out of there. Yeah, pretty much everywhere in the map you'll end up with, like, wolves and all that coming by from time to time at least. Okay, so let's start with the... That's fine, I see it. So making our chisel. Now we need the pickaxe. Now second pickaxe. Alright. And now the prospecting pick. Okay. Right, plenty there. Alright. So part of me wants to make a metal plate so I can make a bronze lantern. Because it would be really nice to have the bronze lantern as opposed to the torch. And I'd want to get a bunch of those, but like right now I don't have the material for a bunch of them. But we can get the one going. And then the idea is we would mine, get the rest of the copper we can out of those veins. That should give me enough bronze to last us pretty much for the rest of the game so far as that need. We could then turn around and go for the iron. See if we can't locate some iron. And if we can get the iron going, then all of our tools and all that start becoming iron, and we stop worrying about that for a while. Bronze ends up becoming stuff like, again, lanterns, all these other useful things. I don't really need a high durability metal. Meanwhile, we can grab you. I should be able to take this. And it did expend a lot of that chisel. Okay. So, the hammer we're doing fine on. We're just making our pick now? I think we're just making our pick for right now. And then the last two become a plate for making our lantern. Should have taken that up, but it's fine. I remember with one of these, I found if I stacked them on top of each other too fast, it deleted some of the material. It said, add a little bronze and that melting temp normalizes. Yeah. So this is going to be for our first lantern. We don't have the bees to reliably make lots of lanterns happen yet, but we'll get there. Okay. So for that, we have, like, armor I can make. I'm not worried about that. We can make all sorts of Archimedes screws and riveted plates and plaques and... Oh, I could have made the mining bag. It's fine. It's too late now. So I want 2 clear quartz and a candle. So I got a ton of tools here. So first off, that chisel can go on the wall. There's our pickaxes and our prospecting pick. So we basically gave ourselves everything I could need for mining right now. And I did get more copper bits from breaking our old anvil. New cloning site from Fallout 4 using the Clone Trooper preset. Okay. I mean, have fun. I am very much looking forward to not needing all these, like, different pieces of equipment and everything. Okay, so let's see here. So we've got our candle. I need 2 clear quartz. We got that too. Let's go grab our tongs. Tin bronze lantern. Cool. And with that, just keep a torch in our pocket. That is way brighter light. Okay, so grab that. And that, because that also means that broken anvil can become more bronze. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, because it only can make 8 anyway, so that'll be enough to get that sorted. It's probably going to be more for us. Just grab the 10. I'm definitely going to be needing more charcoal pretty quickly. Yeah, breaking apart that anvil basically gave me enough now for a whole range more stuff. We'll leave the last ingot worth of bronze here instead of putting it to immediate use. Just in the off chance that something happens, I die and I can't get my equipment back and yada yada. So I don't get like down-teched or whatever. For right now, I'm focusing on just turning those into more seeds. Okay, come on. And I could grab a bunch of, like, the materials you have floating around. Let me let the 38 slide. Okay. Our stack of turnips. You're still heating up. We can go here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Start making some firewood of what's up here. Let's grab the maple, leave the oak, leave the aged wood. That was another axe. Okay, so with this we can pop over here. Cool. Hey, Angie. How's it going? And happy holidays to you as well. Okay, so you're getting close to done. Alright, that juice is all gone. Yeah, genuinely I could see just going out here making like 5 or 6 axes and just cutting down the surrounding forest entirely. Get all that firewood. Okay, so pretty soon that's going to be ready for pouring out the 8 more bronze ingots. And those don't need to have anything done with them right now. I would like to get them poured just so when we get back I can make whatever tools we need. I'm just pre-ready for it. So I can also go ahead and put the hammer back. That's fine. We got that as a backup. You feel like you sleep for a week? Yeah. Probably enough charcoal here. Come on. You can do it. Yes, one trip worth of copper we made effectively has given us what? An anvil plus 16 ingots worth of tin bronze. Okay. So we can put you back on the wall. There's 2,000 worth of food in there. Is that good or bad? It's real good. It means I got a ton of food out of that. Or not food, a ton of materials out of it. Okay. So with that, let's go get the rest of the copper out of that stuff. Oh, I have no idea, Darth. I'm glad you're having fun with your mods, but I have no idea. It's one of those things, you know, like, it's always cool that people have fun doing all that stuff, but it's also those things that kind of go like this. You know, I'm happy for the fun. If I didn't already say it, thank you for the 115 stream streak, the Ants. I do appreciate it. I can't remember if I actually responded to that already or not. But, you know, it's fine. Like, I'm glad people enjoy doing their heavy modding and all that sort of stuff and whatnot. But it's a lot of times, it's like, you know, you've modded your game to add whatever. It's like, oh, that's cool. Unless it's like something really wild out there. Like, it's because nowadays, like, you know, being able to take a game and go, I'm going to put, you know, stormtroopers or clone troopers or whatever in it. It's like, okay, cool. Someone snagged the model from something or remade it themselves maybe and just imported it into the rigging of whatever the game is, and then, you know, thumbs up, you move. And it's still fine. I think it's neat that we have those capabilities. But at the same time, you know, I just don't mod much. And, like, I am a huge Star Wars fan and all that. But even with that, I've never really felt the need to go through a game and be like, oh, I need to add Star Wars to this game because it, you know, it's just lacking Star Wars. It's just not a thing that's always ever been like a draw for me. It honestly seems like keeping buckets of fruit juice on us is not a bad strategy for handling hunger. Because that's 2,000 satiation I've got in those 2 buckets. And they do last for about a week. Which, you know, a month in this game is 9 days. And they're fairly inventory efficient, which is a plus. But yeah, so we did find. Oh no, Strider's definitely keen on modding. Like, and that's the thing. It's like I try not to like yuck people's yums or whatever. But, you know, it's one of those things when people bring us, like, I have 200 mods, 300 mods, 500 mods, whatever the number of mods. It's like, cool. But, like, in my head, I'm like, I wonder if your game runs right. And I've heard a number of times that people being like, oh, yeah, I finally got my game running right. Had to go through and figure out which mod is causing a problem. Like, man, when I get home, I don't want to do IT. I don't want to debug. I don't want to test. I want to play my game. That's part of the reason, like, I messed around with modding a lot more way back, and then I kind of just stopped. Because, like, you know what I want to be doing with my time? I want to be playing my game. Because there's definitely been a number of times that I haven't been able to like get much done in any of my games because I'm busy just troubleshooting. The game I think I did the most interesting stuff modding with was Dark Rain way back in the day before like modding was a big thing. Just because all of their files related to units and all that, I think they were just like BMP files or whatever, and INI files as text files for everything. So, you know, being... Yeah, Dark Rain 1, the original, the OG, launched from DOS. Or was, whatever it was like 1995. Or 98, whatever year it was. But, I think it was 95. Either way. But, because it was just like INI files and all that, you could go through and just make your little sprites of a vehicle and alter, like, just add new units to the game, and it would just work just fine. It was a very adaptable game like that. Let's see. How much do you enjoy Vintage Story? Has anyone suggested looking into Greg Tech New Horizons? I am unfamiliar with Greg Tech New Horizons is, but I've very much been enjoying Vintage Story a lot. Generally speaking, if you go, hey, what's this really cool Minecraft mod? It's very much along the story of, oh good, I'm glad there's a cool mod. I tend to mod my games very lightly. I've had a lot of frustrations and headaches from getting into mods in the past. So I tend to use mostly just like minor UI mods, that kind of thing. You know, circling back to the comment I was literally just making about I have been bitten many times with messing with mods where, like, just had a thing, you know, just having a thing that caused me all sorts of grief. Like, I haven't done many heavily modded runs of games on the channel. I did Kenshi, and I got frustrated with it because it added so many undocumented things to the game that were utterly broken, and it was always hard to tell, it's like, is this item a mod item or not? So it completely hosed the balance of the game in a way that wasn't fun. Is that a cloud thingy or an island game? There's a cloud ahead of me. We also did Stardew Valley, where I did the Ridgeside Village and Stardew Valley Expanded mod. And the first time I did it, the game got soft locked that there was supposed to be a portal event that I was supposed to be able to go in and continue the story, and it bricked. And we tried like all sorts of command line codes that the devs tried to do to help out, you know, get it unstuck and everything. But ultimately, it was just that particular version. There was a chance the portals would get stuck, and the only way to fix it was to basically start your entire game over, and then, you know, do it again. But it was like super late in the game. I was like, nah, man. And then a number of months later, I circled back to it after it had a number of updates, and I was able to start a new file and go through and actually see it through, which I liked. Oh man, there's been like 3 or 4 games that we got screwed by mods. I had a number of Project Zomboid runs and Rimworld runs that I started with a mod that looked interesting on paper, but then when we got into it, I was like, oh, this really isn't that fun. So it's kind of just been one of my experiences that I generally tend not to enjoy modded playthroughs. I thought it was like a mountain you could climb and explore. Oh no, that's fine. There are actually, like, you can get really tall mountains that are snow-covered mountains that you can explore. I'd have difficulty doing that right now. We don't have much cold weather clothing, and as you get higher in elevation, it does get colder. So it very genuinely is a thing if you're going to climb a tall mountain to make sure you've got, like, a fur coat or something, if you're going to be up there for any real length of time. But yeah. And there's cool mods out there. Like, I messed around a little while before streaming. There was the Factorio mod where you could like dredge up water out of the ocean and then kind of compact it into dirt to make more ground kind of thing. It's like 1.5 to 4K hour mod pack that's usually with a group of 4 more. Okay. You spend 6 weeks modding Skyrim into a nice immersive version, which is hard enough in itself because most mods for it are not your style. And I kept crashing it in the same place, spent 2 weeks debugging, gave up. C block or so? Yeah, something like that. But yeah, so it's kind of one of those things like the only game I say I did a lot of modding for would be Terraria, because I absolutely adored that game and I played it to like more than 12 full playthroughs of the game over the years. And I really enjoyed the Calamity mod. I thought that was amazing, and that is a very big overhaul mod. I did Thorium mod as well. Thorium mod was fine. Like, it was good, I enjoyed it, but it definitely didn't hit nearly as well as Calamity. But even then, like, I ran into problems on one of my saves where Calamity just kind of bricked the save. And it is a complete and utter thing that'll get me to stop playing a game. If I go to play the game and I get soft locked or the save gets corrupted, it's pretty much the fastest way to just suck the wind out of my sails so far as enjoying a game. Where you've been putting a lot of time and effort into a save file and it's just gone. And yeah, sometimes if you keep like steady backups, you can come back to it, like recover it kind of thing. Sometimes it's just the version of the mod, there's just nothing you can do, you were kind of doomed when you started. Okay, and drop you in there. And I believe, yeah, we're looking for his basics straight south of us. Let's see, there have been only a couple of games I've uninstalled without either hitting the end of content or having played a month. But losing tens of hours to corruption would do that. Oh yeah. Well, and that's the reasons why, like I said, I don't tend to mod too heavily. I've only had like once or twice in all of the time of gaming I've had where I've had a save file without like mods or anything else like that. Get corrupted, ruined, whatever you want to install, like whatever you want to set your word to. Basically that I was playing the game and without completion of the game, that, I was stuck. But with modding, it's been like, even without extensive modding, I've had a pretty decent number that the save files got scuffed. Like, properly unrecoverably scuffed. Because sometimes it's not scuffed in the crashing kind of way, it's scuffed in, like, there's game states that are now bugged, so, like, certain enemies won't show up where they're supposed to, or certain NPCs aren't behaving like they're supposed to, and now you can't continue the story. It looked amazing and immersive, but you couldn't enter Winterhold. Yeah. Okay, so down here, I should have a ton more copper to mine. Because we did find, it was saying that there was a large vein of copper down below, as I recall. Oh, here we are. That's right, there was more down here. And it's mining this way out, this area. and it told me there was a very large amount of copper over here. A very large copper over there. Large over here. And large over here. So we'll start over here. There we go. That's what we want to see immediately. Yep. Now the little chunks, you can put them on the ground, and it'll take care of all that. I don't love that that's going right on into an open. That's bad. Welp. That's actually really rough. Because that is a very long way away. To finally make your backup raft? Yeah, I'm probably going to. I was literally just mentioning too that I really don't like that this is opening up into that. So you need 2 rope. There's the ore. Oh, that's... It's bad. I'm gonna need to cut down our tree to get a log. The logs I need. Meanwhile, real fast, there's a torch. There's the fire starter. Oh no, if it comes down to a weapon, I've already lost. That thing, like you saw, one taps me in an enclosed space. There's not a realistic way I fight that. I did actually have some armor on. Not a lot. But I did have some, and I don't really have the ability to build more. The thing is that that type of scorpion, from my understanding, is a very late game enemy. And then I was also very deep, so I'm at a higher level version of it. So we basically just hit a very dangerous enemy. So what I'm gonna need to do is when I go over there, I'm gonna grab a dirt block or 2. And hopefully it leaves the room. And we're just gonna plug the hole. And we'll just try and be mindful when we're dealing with all that. That we just plug the hole and we don't let it in. Need to hurry, I'm on borrowed time here. So the raft. So I need 3 rope. Assuming I need another tree. Yeah, 2 per side, so I need 1 more tree. I see the guy over there that could shoot arrows at me. So my understanding is it's 1 hour, like real life hour, but it's one real life hour from the time that you get close enough for it to be like loaded in again. Is my understanding. So I got maybe 1 or 2 attempts at this before then everything goes to hell. That said, if I get down there and I pick it up and then I die, I've effectively refreshed it. Which, you know, in a certain way gives me a full extra hour. I need food. Let's take it all. It's a long way to go. I knew it was going to hit me. When I ran over there, I was like, oh, if I try and jump in the water, I'm just going to put out the torch. Okay, let's get going. Just topping up my hunger real fast before we go. Yeah, I need to grab some dirt while we're on the way down. Because it's kind of one of the big, like, BS sides of this stuff, is just the, when you die that far abroad, it can be really rough. And that one, we actually had a decent amount of bronze stuff on us. I think we had 2 or 3 bronze pickaxe, and then 2, like, a half-spent bronze prospecting pick, and then a full bronze prospecting pick. Most of the other stuff were, you know, buckets and that to be a little bit annoying to lose. But yeah, all that bronze equipment would be, you know, terrible. That said, I do have 8 more bronze ingots sitting at home. It would suck to lose, like, 7, 8 bronze bronze ingots worth of equipment, though. I am a little annoyed at how BS some of the enemies in this game are. Because we aren't playing in, like, stacking the difficulty to a higher level or anything. That's literally just the normal amount that hits for. Where it opened up that cave. If I would have seen it coming, I would have tried to plug up the wall, but like literally it popped in and one-tapped me by the time I realized there was something going on. This is why you 100% do not feel bad with keep inventory on death. I'm honestly debating a Kildrix. Like, in this moment. I am honestly debating just being like, you know what? Turn that crap on. Because like I said, I got 0 chance to react. I opened that wall, and then immediate scorpion. And to be on the top of that, it does kind of suck that it's 1-hit kill until you start getting to proper armor. Which means getting your entire leatherworking operation up and all that in really good shape. Which is pretty late game stuff. So, we'll see. I'm not going to change it right this instant. I'm going to recover my stuff. Yeah, you get it. You got pushback for your community, and it was like, you can watch me explore and do fun stuff, or keep inventory, or watch me sit at base doing nothing. What's the yellow beverage of the night? It's Mountain Dew. Well, I mean, it's store brand white label Mountain Dew, but basically Mountain Dew. It's Country Mist. And for those who don't know, Kildrix, absolutely fantastic content creator. Also plays a bunch of Vintage Story, that kind of stuff. So definitely someone I recommend checking out, that kind of deal. Plays a whole range of games, RimWorld, Vintage Story, all that good stuff. Playing some Arc Raiders recently. I hope you had fun with that. Yeah, no, it's, I didn't get much pushback. I got a little bit pushback when I turned on the Napster mod. And I was like, look, man, this is like my 50th axe. I kind of just don't want to hit this piece of flint anymore. Like, it's not a challenging thing. I'm just drawing the same pattern on the floor again and again and again. I'm good. Yeah, no, it's like the napping and the clay making, all that's really fantastic. I think the mod's perfect. You start out, you do it the way the game has it for a while, and once you hit that point where you're like, you know what, I'm getting a little bit over it, you just turn the mod on. It doesn't change any of the balance of the game or the challenge of the game. It just makes the one thing go a little bit faster. Okay, nothing I need to worry about right now. Honestly, even with keeping the inventory, with us doing the boat stuff and all that, we would still run the problem where I've loaded a ton of stuff on the boat. You still also lose all your calories and your health bonuses and all that from eating healthy and all that. So it's not like it's not without penalty still. Because for those who don't know, you got all these nutrition things. These all contribute to getting you a bit higher max health. So right now my max health can go up to 17.3 because I got a lot of fruit and a little bit of veggies in me. Every time you die, it resets these. But, yeah, that can be, especially the protein and dairy can get pretty rough. Dairy especially. Yeah, current rift activity medium. But yeah, so we only got the helmet. But we just got one tapped anyways. Because what can happen here is I could run to the situation where I get all the way down there, maybe not I grab my stuff, and then instantly die again. Because it is a one tap. There's not going, like, where people are like, oh, bring a weapon. It's like, the weapon's not going to help. It's going to take me like 40 hits to kill the stupid thing. And we have the same range, because we tested with one that wasn't quite as hard earlier. The Scorpion Sawblade one is what I'm talking about. The other enemies are no problem. Like, the ones that shoot the spines, I can work with. The regular drifters that just zombie run at you, those are fine. But that Scorpion, like, snaps forward, like, 3 tiles when it hits you with its tail. Which means I either need to be ranged, I don't have a ranged weapon, nor do I have the munitions to make that worthwhile, nor do I have the space to really take advantage of it. Because they're in close quarters down there. Like, it is a thing that later on, when you get yourself some really proper armor and all that stuff, it's good. Man, no, I'm leaning towards collecting this, and then honestly maybe keep inventory on death. And I know people will be like, you're playing baby mode. Man, I don't want to take this 10-15 minute journey again and again because I'm trying to collect too valuable of stuff laying on the ground as a BS enemy one-taps me again and again. Because I can't make the armor. Because you know what I need to make the armor? That or the Scorpion's hanging out in. We'll see. It's also, I find it amusing with you from, like, with Valheim, do you have it where you die in Valheim, you drop your stuff? Or actually, does Valheim have you drop? Oh, no, I think Valheim has you drop just, like... Oh, I try to remember what Valheim, what the rules were. You're playing the mode that is best suited for making sure the stream is good content and enjoyable for you? Yeah, yeah. Well, that's like right now I do have it where I drop everything. That's the reason why we're rushing. Because after 1 hour, it's gone. It's just gone. Um. Yeah, no, exactly. Valheim, you can just make yourself like your little cubby. This one you have to find the drop of the gear. And a lot of times you don't really want to move your spawn point that badly in the game. Because the effort it takes to build even like a little crappy shack to sleep in or whatever. Yeah, no, exactly. And the Valheim's combat, yeah, early game, like a troll getting a solid hit on you can wreck you pretty easy. But like, it's a very manageable threat. Versus, I would definitely say, for all the stuff I love about Vintage Story to me, the enemies, like the drifters, the wolves and bears are relatively fine. I actually can enjoy those quite a bit. They're a nice challenge. And as long as they don't sneak up one-tap you, it could be good fun. But yeah, the drifter combat, I do find very unsatisfying. Like, it's fine. I definitely feel turning it off makes it a negative experience. It kind of needs to be there. But at the same time, like, to me the big thing is the escalation of damage. And then the other one being the spawning mechanics. Like, that one wasn't, as far as I'm aware, wasn't a spawning mechanic concern. But, like, the fact you could be sitting in your house would be, like, one tile ever so slightly not dark, and you're standing directly next to it, and the spawn's just like, yeah, it can spawn here, it's fine, don't worry about it. There's a reason I turned the rifts off. You like to make a drifter killing entrance? Didn't I burn out Valheim? Yeah, no, way back. It's one of those games I played like very early access and did like 4 or 5 playthrough kind of things with a bunch of friends, you know, different sets of friends or whatever. And just after that, like, you know, I was pretty spent. Like, it's a great game. It's just any game when you go and like really kind of overdo it, you can just burn yourself out. Doesn't matter how good the game is. Grab like 5 blocks really fast. Because like I said, the plan here is I'm hoping the scorpion will have returned to its little hidey hole. If it has, great. If not, all of this gets to be more frustrating and complicated. I've so far not felt any level of burnout on Vintage Story. I can certainly see it, because I imagine it's probably almost the exact same as like how I burnt out in Minecraft. Where you go and you keep building more and more stuff, and especially with how long stuff can take to make in this game. I could absolutely see just kind of go until you got nothing left to give kind of deal. Yeah, no, we were very far away, so there's a chance the scorpion has despawned. That's another thing I'm kind of betting / hoping on, is just... The entire idea is if I can get down to where my stuff is, and the scorpion's not on, like, in the room with me, we plug up that tunnel. Because that's all that happened, is there's a giant room down there for a lot of awful stuff to spawn. And so it did. Because I know that's a trick people use when there's, like, dangerous stuff in an area and they don't want to deal with it. They just go away. The other thing I might be able to do is grab a bunch of stones, and if it chases me, it could chase me to the ladder, and it's a real tall ladder. I might literally be able to just sit on the ladder and pelt it with stones the entire time it's trying to climb up. There we go. That's probably my way in right here. Where is my little dirt spire here? Okay, so it's directly to the side of this one. What we don't try and do is we don't try and run past the scorpion. Okay, that hole's plugged up there. Come on, don't be... That's a problem. Okay. So it's still there. Can't do anything cheesy like grab stuff through the wall. I don't like this at all. So my pickaxe is on the other side with it. I just knew that was gonna happen. I was trying to go in so I could like quickly chain the dirt back and forth to shove the stuff back at me. I wouldn't even know the commands for terminal. I usually don't use terminal in a lot of these games. That said, like, part of me wants to just use the command, just teleport down there and not repeat this, because that trek there is like 15-20 minutes. I have no idea the commands because I don't do any of that normally. Because then I gotta make another boat that's gonna be chopping down more trees. So I might get one more attempt to grab it, and then it's lost because it'll be just too long. It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't just an outright one tap. Because I've never been a fan of games that have, like, one-tap kills. Like, I'd rather an enemy be very aggressive and get lots of hits in on you real quick, so it's just as dangerous, but at least you feel like you can do something. Or have the attack speed attack a bit more projected, so you have at least some time to figure out what to do. That should be plenty. Okay, and I'm going to need food. Before we go, or we'll just die of starvation along the way. Just give me the mushrooms. I'm figuring if we die again, I might just cheeky teleport down there and just be done with it. I don't want to spend the next hour just doing laps down there. Because that's also where our copper is. Let's see, do 8 to 12 hours a day on stream. Then 1 to 3 hours off stream to farm and cook. Oh, I do all that stuff on stream. I don't tend to play any of my game save files off stream. The only exceptions I've made is with Satisfactory, with like that last little stint. You run to the weird situation where it's like you go, okay, well I've got 4 or 5 hours until we're done, or like whatever number of hours until we're done, based on the things producing. Let's see, just in a Google, you can definitely remove an entity, one you point at, or all within range. Yeah, well, we don't want to remove all entities within range, because that would include my loot, my equipment. So we don't want to do that. Like I said, I'm kind of leaning towards what we end up doing here, is if I got a cheese to, like, teleport down there and all that. If/when you need it, game mode, creative, and tilde for creative setting. Oh, so you're saying like I'd be able to take the game, put it into creative mode, do what I want to do, and then get back? Gotcha. I mean, I'm going to try not to do it. The big negative, and this is the thing when we first made our first water world that I ended up being like, hold up, let's stop, is we were doing the Homo sapiens, which has, where it was 5,000 tiles around you can spawn in, like at the starting point, and something was buggy about it. Because I took the northmost point it spawned us and the southmost point it spawned us, and there's over 15,000 tiles between the two of those. So I don't know how that math can work, but 15,000 is more than 5,000 in either direction. And so I ended up bailing on it because what happened is I kept spawning not on my start island, but on other islands, and then having to jump in the water and swim across, or like get a like. The issue I was running into is I was having to locate food to try and cross the ocean to get back to where my base was. And after like the third or fourth time dealing with that, because I was literally appearing on islands that didn't have food with me and then starving to death on my way to swim home, I was just like, you know what? Hang on. And so this one we adjusted it, but I like the water world, but recovering your items by trying to cross the ocean is just a killer. And that's always been a thing even without the ocean. Like when you die a long way from home and you just have to like run to try and get your stuff, that's always been a rough spot. So I do think I'm leaning to like what Killa was mentioning, that he just says you keep your items when you die. Because for how much effort it takes to make your items, I feel like the way I would counterplay that if I wasn't streaming is I would mostly hang out at home and continuing to progress my stuff at home. I would be less prone to explore very far. I would try and find materials nearby before worrying about where I can get more materials, like, whatever. So, like, what I would probably do on this save is there were the islands north of me that had fairly low copper chances. I probably would have prioritized doing those because of the convenience of something happened right there. I mean, actually, if I'm being honest, if I was playing off stream, I'd probably just turn on the items don't drop. honestly, I might even turn off the enemies playing on my own. It's like I said, it's the thing I'm very mixed on, that the combat is very whatever. For the drifters, actually, like I said, I like the animal combat. I think the wolves and the bears and the boars feel relatively fair. They're very dangerous. They're hard to break away from if you don't have good terrain nearby you. They can get you in trouble. The silently ambushing you part is kind of BS sometimes. But, you know, they feel relatively okay. You kill them, you get a bit of meat, you get a bit of leather, you get a bit of bones. So you get some good materials out of it. But the drifters, I've always felt like the spawning mechanics on them is utter rubbish. Because they can literally spawn on the tile next to you and pretty much one-tap you when you're underground. And, like, disabling the spawns in an area is very mixed bag. Especially with how fast the torches burn out, you just have to keep a stack of, like, 60 torches and place them every couple of tiles. So I don't bother. I did try to do that the first playthrough where I was like lighting up the whole area, and we just still had crap spawning nearby because it'd be the one tile that's not considered shaded. No, I could make a shield. I wasn't impressed with the shield the last time I played. I used it a little bit, and it wasn't terrible. But I still felt like I was getting a lot of grief around the shield anyways. And maybe I just didn't give it enough of a shot, but I don't know. It's the fact that any decent armor is locked so far back. It's kind of hard to judge how much of a trouble you're going to be in. Because also looking for resources, you kind of just have to dig deep. Because we were running around looking for ore, and that was the first time we found a proper copper vein, was we had to go pretty deep to get it. It's weird. Like and I believe the devs said they're going to be working on the combat was one of the things they're looking at revisiting. Which would be good, because to me that's the pain point in the game. I love the crafting, I love the exploration, I love all that. But like the weirdly punishing level of crafting in the game feels in some ways antithetical to the exploration side of the game. Because you almost don't want to go this far because you get one shot to crit. Because I think the default for your items to disappear is like 10 minutes. Or is it 10 or 15 minutes? Which means, like, for this situation, I'd have just one shot to grab my items, and then if I got killed the same way again with a one tap, that's just the end of it. My items are just gone. Okay. And I'm hoping I can turn the rafts back into itemized things. So I can take the whole set of rafts back up. And then, you know, plunk the rafts down there. So, should I die again, I've got my spares. But yeah, no, it's kind of the same problem where you play certain games, and you know, historically you'll have a checkpoint or a save point or whatever relatively just before a boss. But over the years, there's definitely been a couple of games where they'll have a particularly tough boss, but as an added punishment, there's like a lot that you have to go through to get up to the boss. Whether it's, you know, like a challenging level to get through, that's one thing. Sometimes it'd also just be like an unskippable like 10 minutes of cinematic. And it can be very frustrating to deal with because you're like, let me learn, let me do whatever this. Oh, I just have to wait. And after about the 5th time you see that 10-minute cinematic, you're like, F this game. You can go die in a fire. It also sucks because I've just used a lot of reeds to make these rafts and oars that I was really hoping to make more rope ladder with and other stuff with, but it's fine. I'm going to need those reeds when I go to make the sailboat. Alright, bear with me, chat. I really have to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Okay, and we are back. Alright. I just sitting there, it's like, I just had to use the restroom more and more. It's like, okay, no, really, I gotta go. Let's see, The Legend of Zelda, you both loved and hated primarily because of the Realm Tribes. Anyone watched Scrooged this year? Scrooged? No, I haven't. I'm not familiar. Alright, so let's go ahead and pull this raft up to our other two rafts. Toss you in there. Same deal, let's grab some dirt. Like I said, the plan has basically been to get down there, try and make that work. I'm also wondering if the scorpion's still down there. I plugged up the area up top. If I could go up to that area up top, draw the scorpion over that direction, and then while it's moving up there, you know, plug the hole up again and then race to the other side and try and, you know, grab my stuff. Yeah, no, we ran into one of them that wasn't as high level earlier, and even the lower level one just one-tapped me immediately. And I'm guessing one of those tunnels might go down to where we're at, but the problem is there's like 3 entrances, and they might all be connected. But we don't know which one. You can't see down there. So the temptation I have right now... Ow! Stop throwing your stones, you jerks. I can work with this. Oh! I was trying to get where I could plug it in. Alright, so what we're going to do real fast is we are going to cheat and just teleport down there because I cannot be bothered to make yet another freaking boat to go down there. So, what is it? You said game mode, creative, and tilde? Alright. Then the other thing I need to do is just figure out how to teleport down there. Because my items are gonna despawn, and I just don't want to do that whole journey. Let's see. Vintage, story, teleport, server commands. TP coordinates. Yeah, I have no idea Oh, I have no idea how you fly or anything like that, because I never use any of this stuff. Movement speed 5. So I know this is kind of cheating. I mean, it's just straight up cheating. But I don't want to keep doing this trip down there. So I'm just gonna quickly grab my items. And then, like, we're gonna keep, like, we're gonna get rid of creative mode and all that at that point. And I'm just going to set it to, okay, is that everything? I don't want to mess with that. I just want to see my bags. I'm pretty sure that's everything, so let's get back up to the surface. And then movement speed back to 1 and all that. So then we can go here. Survival. Okay, so I'm going to quickly save and exit. And now I'm going to set it so we don't drop our crap. Because that's all I wanted to change. I don't mind that we're getting killed by the thing. I don't want to be set back all those items to just deal with that garbage. Because like I said, it's pretty unsatisfying that we just instantly drop stuff. So customize, keep inventory, apply. Save. Okay. So we definitely cheated that, because, like, we've literally spent the last half hour building a raft, well, probably longer than that, building a raft, going straight over there, just to get one-tapped again and again. Versus if I wasn't dealing with trying to recover my stuff, I actually have things I could work around and do. So let's get all of our inventory sorted out, because it's just a colossal mess now. Yeah, we were probably running pretty low on time from the looks of it. Our berries are good for about 2.5 days. And all that stuff. Yeah, no, I think it was where, like, because I had moved to hit the scorpion back. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The first time it just shoved me out of the way. Like, it just popped up and instant killed me. Like, that's my primary complaint with the whole creatures like that. Is just the one-taps. Like, if it's gonna one-tap, it needs to have some type of tell, like you can hear it coming kind of thing. So that way, as the player, I can have the agency to be like, wait a second, I'm not ready to tango with you. You have the lantern? I do have the lantern. I didn't mean to pick those up. Because now if I die, I don't drop my stuff. We just teleport home. I mean, we lose our hunger, we lose all that stuff, so it still sucks. Okay. Oh, you know, I'm betting when we reloaded, it probably despawned it. Oh, different size chunks. And I did see that there was copper in that hallway where we're getting hit from. Okay. Like, it was just one pickaxe, I'd have been like, yeah, fine, it's a pickaxe, you know, that sucks. But it's the fact that it was like, what, 3 pickaxes, 2 prospecting picks, and a whole, like, our lantern. So it was like a good 8 or so bronze ingots all getting lost. I was like, you know what, I just don't want to deal with that. This will also make me feel a lot better about, like, when we go to check out the ruins. Do we do any of that kind of stuff? It's hard to justify since you know for a lot of the game, those ruins you can't really do a whole lot with yet. There's some cool stuff. Darth? What? Okay. So let's see. Got more copper down here still. Alright, so check over here. So trace amounts in that side of the room. Very large amounts in this side of the room. And small amounts there. Alright, so it's this side of the room, which isn't surprising. It's the dangerous side. Right. Not today, Satan. Oh, that's my death. What? I was saying, I wonder why I survived it the first time. That's fine. Okay. That is what it is. I kinda wish I had recovered my boats, but you know what? That is just something I'm gonna live with. Oh, that's granite. It'd actually be a 4th boat. Like, that's honestly one of the other frustrating things is how much material I'm getting tied up in just boats all in that one spot. Okay. Because of that, I'll just ignore that spot for right now. And go work on other projects. And then we need more materials, we can go back. Can you get the mats back? I don't know if I can or can't. We can figure that out. Okay, so I gotta ditch stuff. Okay, good problems to have. That's full. Yeah, like I have no idea if we can take it apart and get more materials out of it, that kind of thing. So I do want to drop off the pumpkin seeds. Okay, so no nitrogen. I mean, most of these are definitely not going to get grown in time. Alright, yep, the rest are just going to get put away. It's going pretty good. Been having a little bit of a frustrating time of the game. Just running into enemies that are, like, one-tapping us and everything, which has been a bit of not my favorite, but it is what it is. So it did do some cheeky-cheesy stuff to, get our equipment back before I had a chance to despawn it. Alright, so you still have 15 days on that. Chuck you in here. The berries won't last much longer, so we're just gonna go ahead and scarf. Don't underestimate improvised armor, say my butt a few times. Improvised armor. Improvised body armor. I didn't even know this was a thing. That's actually not bad. See, it's stuff like this that's always kind of hard to, Gotcha, so they got a set here. Because working on making the fabric armor. Interesting. Armor made with firewood. Yeah, no, I didn't remember seeing that one. Because we've got the cloth armor we started doing. Yeah, firewood all around and a knife and that? Yeah, that's no problem. I'd definitely make that. There. Yeah, it's just one of those things that's so easy to overlook your options with armors and all that. Yeah, no, I mean, the big thing is having any amount of protection at all. Because that's what we're running into with right now, is just... We've got our leatherworking started, but not to the point it's really doing anything meaningful yet. Okay, so with that... Our next 8 ingots. Grab a hammer. Pop up here. Grab the copper and the tin. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, that'd be 14 bars roughly I can make. Okay, there's 8 more bars. That's good news. Okay, in the meantime, what else do I want to make with the bronze ingots? So the tin bronze ingots, not worry about the axe heads, not worry about the chain, the cleaver. You can make the bronze plates. Yeah, and the pounder caps for the pulverizer, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. And then we've already done that. There's the saw blade, there's the shears, spearhead. Yeah, so I think I would want to... Well, I can't make more lanterns. Alright, so for right now we're going to worry about making that. Another thing we're going to want to do is I got a bunch of bony soil, like a lot of bony soil. Give me this. So let's grab the bony soil, because we might get lucky and get some candles. If we get a couple of candles, then I can turn around and make some lanterns. so that our base is actually lit up so that we can hopefully stop having enemies being able to spawn inside the building. And then we can potentially make ourselves a dedicated place for the smithing, so instead of just being everything packed in our cellar, make an outdoor area for that, expand, like make a winery, that kind of thing. Which, honestly, now that I think about it, I could literally go this way. So you have the stairwell that goes down here. Just go straight through that wall, to make ourselves the, like, the cellar for, specifically for wine. Pretty sure I could hang it from the ceiling. Yes, that's what we would do. Is we go in here and just put a lantern up above. But I'll need more candles and all that. We're gonna need charcoal. That's another thing. So I got a bunch of products I can work on around here where we can chop down a ton of trees, start making ourselves more firewood for the charcoal. We want to be looking for iron now, which I believe is hematite. If we look for hematite, of all the places I put pins down, we got these two islands here, the ones that they have a decent amount of hematite. Not a great amount, but a decent one. So I could drop in, see if we can't find anything over there. And that'd be one thing that'd help. Put the rest of the copper and the tin away for right now. More stuff for making fabric. Okay. So very soon we'll get our next 8, and one of the things I'm probably going to want to do with these now I think about it, let's make our 2 plates so we can make a mining bag. It's actually something to check, so we got bronze ingot, bronze plate. Okay, so we can use that for armor. I'm probably not going to do that. We can make the lanterns out of it. We'll have the pulverizer toggle, the Archimedes screws, and all those. But that mining bag's the big one. Okay. Cool. So I'll make our two plates here real quick and get that done. And then pretty soon we'll probably want to make ourselves another hammer. Okay, that'll give us a dedicated mining bag, which is just a really big bag that you can hold stone and ore and all that stuff in. Okay. And I do like that eventually you can get the windmill and have it, like, kind of do an auto smithy thing where you'd be like, I just need a bunch of metal plates, you just chuck the things down there and let it go. Okay. The other thing I really need to do is I need to get bees happening. So we can start making our lanterns more, like making lanterns in more places. And then we use the honey and all that for a bunch of different crafting things. Not sure if that'll heat up enough in time. If it does, I'll use the fact that we already have those materials. And we got our mining bag. Which means we can put all my spare pickaxes and all that junk in the mining bag. He's gonna rot any second, so I'm just shoveling them all in. Do you get had enough for me to make a backup hammer? Getting close. Cool, that'll do. So, hammer. Okay, so with that we can put that hammer on the wall. This hammer on the wall. We got our sticks. I totally forgot I got a bunch of juice in buckets there. Those are still too hot for me to handle. Now I can put the tongs on the wall. Oh, my lantern. Okay. Let's prioritize just knocking out some of these in hopes that we get a candle real fast. And the reason I'm doing that is it's pretty dark outside. It'd be nice to be able to see around me. It's gonna also give us gold and silver, which we can use for a bunch of stuff, as well as a bunch of bones that could be used for a bunch of stuff. I do wish whenever you had a bag that had, like, its own criteria of what's allowed to go in there, that whatever fit that criteria would always prioritize the specialized bag first. And I'm just trying to go to see if we can get 2 candles. If I get the 2 candles, we'll just stop doing the bony soil. Because then I'll be able to make 1 lantern for upstairs and 1 lantern for downstairs. I don't have to, like, juggle the candle, like, juggle stuff around anymore. Drop you off. Okay. Another bronze armlet thing. Can I... I know I'm wearing one of these. So I can break it apart and get some ore back. That's good to know. I'm not too fussed with that right now. One big thing I'm going to need to do is at some point I'm going to have to take the time to just grind up a bunch of bone. Also need to grind up charcoal into the charcoal powder. Because then we can make the, what is like terracotta or whatever soil. We're also going to want to make a greenhouse at some point here, not too long. I haven't been worried about that. I'm kind of looking for the greenhouse of when the winter rolls through and it kills all the crops. While the crops are all dead, we rearrange all that to fit it into a greenhouse, and then we can go from there. I might also go, if we just hit daytime, like where I can see properly, we'll just start working on the wood cutting. Not exactly how I want to do it, but that's fine. I also have to check what it takes to make the glass tiles again. There's a candle. Like I said, all I was aiming for was 2. Like, obviously more would be good, because then I can put more lanterns out and about. Light up more of the area, so I don't have to run around with my lantern just to see everywhere. And then as we expand the base, get myself some more lanterns to, you know, light up the additional rooms and whatnot. Because the big advantage of lanterns versus torches is, one, they are much brighter and have a larger area they cover. But on top of that, you do it. So many crops due to harvest? Yeah, they're coming along. Okay. You're about to enter October. I would assume... Yeah, the temperature outside's just a little above freezing. It's actually looking like it might snow in-game today. Any good pulls from the soil yet? We've been getting a little bit of gold and silver. You know, and some random gemstones. I do have a candle on this batch. I've also gotten another candle earlier. Yeah, so after this one, we're just gonna stash the candle for right now, because what I'll do is I'll wait to do the blacksmithing, like, if we get back at nighttime, it's dark, it's kind of annoying to see. I'll focus on, like, the at-home stuff when that's going on. Alright, and then with this, we'll put this stuff away. Drop off the soil. Drop off the candle right now. We do have a rough diamond. And there's an emerald. There's a little bit of silver. Got some string, arrowheads. Which you could put into here for making arrows later. Got some more bones. No. No, like, the game doesn't work in a way where you can just, like, run around and, like, fill a room with fire to, like, warm it up kind of thing. The closest you can do is you make a greenhouse, which does give you a bit more temperature range that you can handle. Like, it's about, like, 5 degrees more Celsius that it can tolerate before the crops start dying due to being too cold. Which is a considerable amount of time. You know, put bees in the greenhouse? I was not aware of that. Makes sense. Yeah, I think we're getting down to the very last we're going to get out of these berry bushes for the year. You know what? I don't think I did get any games for Christmas. Which is totally fine by me. I'll have to double check. Like I got like a bunch of gifts I'm happy with. I just don't think games are among them, which makes sense. It's a little hard to shop for me because you never know where I might end up getting keys from and all that kind of stuff. And so I understand, like, if someone's not buying it for you in the moment. It'd be pretty hard. A lot of these are pretty close. So let's drop these off. Okay, so with that, we are going to start some deforestation. And I'm not too fussed about trying to get a bunch of the sticks and all that. We'll worry about that when we get there. Now, save money for RAM and SSD upgrade. Have you considered, like, doing something less expensive, like getting a mortgage? Because honestly, it's a whole thing now. Yeah, so the plan here is basically get ourselves a bunch of firewood. We're getting down to not a whole lot of, bullet charcoal left. I don't plan on doing, like, a big binger of firewood cutting, but just knocking down some of the local trees. Yeah, you're getting your old house from Mom. Yep. Once we get to iron tools, then I'm gonna or iron, and we hit a good vein, I'll probably start making most, if not all, my tools out of iron. But the plan is to basically get firewood into that charcoal pit and just keep filling it until we're getting down to our last little bit of charcoal, and then wherever it's at, flatten it out and burn it. It should be able to contain more than I can reasonably make happen. Plus, if I slowly cut down every single tree in the wood, we'll know for a fact if there are any bees here. I also, the next time I go out to do a journey, I'm gonna need to go and recover our boats. Like, make a trip where we don't even worry about what we're grabbing on the other side, just put all of our boats into another boat. That's weird. Okay. But the next thing I think we'll do is go up to where I saw that there's a decent chance of iron. We'll go up to that area and just see if we get lucky. I remember the last playthrough I ended up needing to cut down way more trees than I've had to on this one. I think part of it was the trees I was getting in our last playthrough, by and large, were not as big. Okay, we'll scrape you. Alright. And I'm not expecting to fill this whole thing up. Okay, so the basic plan is to try and fill the, like, as much as we can until I need the charcoal. And at that stage, we would then go in and, just light it up wherever it's at. Let's cap it off, move on. Okay, we can drop off the leather. Okay, we've got all that sorted for right now. Alright. So I'm assuming I just want to make another raft. Well, I mean, want is not the right word. I'm assuming I should just make another raft and cut across. The problem is, I think I'm fresh out of reeds. Yep. Well, I got 3 rope. That's enough for the boat. And I need 2 more for the other. Okay, so I think what we do real fast is I make another 2 axes. We cut down some more trees and see if we can't get 2 vine worth of, or 2 rope worth of vine real quick. And we do that. Because then that should give me enough wood to make the raft and whatnot. And hopefully enough vine to make the rope. And then we just go down, we retrieve our rafts. We're not going to go for a bunch of more ore or anything. We retrieve a raft and then we head back. Because like I said, I think I got 3 rafts and 3 ores down there now. I just want to bring that all home. Before we start trying to venture out again. Yeah, that's... Okay, so got more vine. Okay. I could also certainly see just making it a point with the shears, just go up and down each tree, shearing them all, and then just chucking all the sticks in a box and all that short term. So I should need 2 more vines. That's fine, whatever. Okay. Yes, 2 more vine and then we can make our make our trip down to recover all our recover the boats. And then from there we'll turn around and go for the iron. There we go. So I'll cut down this tree. We'll take it back, turn it all into firewood. One thing I need to watch for is oak trees. I want to do leather working to make sturdy leather, but we've only found 2 tiny oak trees, and I did take the time to pull up all the leaves, and I didn't get any acorns. Trying to peek real fast. It's fine. Okay, so this should be straightforward. Stop. I need to actually make the boat. Glad I caught myself before I went too far with that. Okay, so grab this one. Do that. Get my rope. Get my 5 ropes, so do this. There's my raft. There's my ore. And now I can break the rest of these. Okay. Cool. So N, N, and N. Good luck finding any place that's good for that. Actually, I did find one. Go. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we're at the point where I need to stop planting stuff for the year. Because more and more, the stuff is just not gonna be right before the freezing kills it. So grains. Dropping off what we can. Veggies, dropping off what we can. Okay. So let's go ahead and head down here and get our other boats, bring them back. Then we're out heading for iron, and the good news is the iron's actually pretty close by. I'm fighting really hard the temptation that while we're down there, I know I need to at least pick up the rope ladder but I'm fighting the temptation really hard to attempt to go down there for more ore. Because I know I'm just gonna get killed by the stupid scorpion thing again. Maybe I grab the rafts and all that and put them in my inventory if possible. And go down there, that way if I die it just kicks me back with the rafts. It'll be bad because it'll be a basket, 4 rafts, and 4 ores. So it'll be most of my inventory is just rafts. It's not even that I need the copper. I'm more thinking I'm going to be pulling up the ladder to that area. We just pull up the ladder. Let's not be stubborn about it. I'll make some, like, I'll put like some little dirt thing around it to kind of signify it's like, here's the spot. So that later on, when I need more copper, I can just come back. Because if I have enough juice, like, well, no, we'll bring the rafts back. Because where I ultimately want to go for the iron is right here. Sorry, these two. That's where I'm going to get the iron. Versus where we're going to get the coppers down there. We're going to spin by the island, drop everything off, and then cut right over. And then the hope is that we'll hit an iron vein there. Because decent is alright. We haven't seen better. And I do have a lot of pickaxes for bronze, and I have a bunch of bronze in reserve. So we're just going to take our chances digging down and seeing if we get lucky. Now, eventually I want to go down and get more copper, but like I said, I think we have 12 more bronze ingots back home. And I think I have enough ore for, like, maybe 2 more ingots. Without any other mining involved. So that would arguably mean I got 14 more tools. If I make those 2 lamps I talked about, 10 more tools I can make before I have to make another run. And if I do get lucky and I hit the iron, then that utterly obsoletes the bronze. Oh, right. Right, 1 second. It was, we'll need to make the bloomery out of fire clay. I don't think we've seen fire clay. Other than I found, like, just a little bit. But fire clay, I can craft it out of red clay and powdered calcined flint. Which I get from smelting or roasting. Okay. Isn't that steel, not iron? No. Iron has to go through a bloomery. Yeah, so it looks like what I'll have to do is I'll have to get a ton of flint. And then process that flint into calcined flint. To then grind it up. Yeah, no, steel is a whole extra thing. So you have the bloomery, which you put your iron ore in with charcoal. And then you destroy it and you get your iron blooms out of it, which you then heat up on the furnace, and then you can bang them into iron ingots. There's a bunch more process to making the iron. And then the next step is if I want to go steel, I then take the iron ingots and I make, basically it's like a coffin thing, and I put all the iron ingots in there with a bunch of charcoal, use the wax, or not wax, it was use something to seal it. You find black coal, they sometimes have fire clay underneath. Yeah, you know, also fire clay, if I remember correctly, can happen naturally in one of the deserts. Can't remember if it was a bauxite desert or which one. Not that I've seen a bauxite desert in this run. But yeah. So it just means getting a bunch of flint, which is actually not too bad. Flint is pretty much everywhere on the ground. You can actually find flint things. I'm sure I've seen... Yeah, I've seen brown coal, but people are saying black coal. I haven't seen black coal anywhere, just brown coal. But yeah, so our main goals here: retrieve the boats and retrieve the ladders. Gotcha. I wonder if we've actually seen any of that yet. There's actually very low chance, because this is the island we're talking about going to right now for, so there's a very low chance of it being there. Otherwise, basically none. So yeah, so we'll start with that spot, because that's got minuscule amounts of a ton of stuff that I don't really care about. Oh, let's switch our map filter back to everything. Yeah, so we don't have a good odds. But technically the place I'm going to be looking for iron, the first one, the little island, there's a good chance, you know, there's just a ton down there. We have the tiny chance of finding a couple different things. Might have to do like a weird hybrid mining strategy, so instead of just the rope ladder, I might have to rope ladder a little ways and then dig to the side, like 8 tiles, and then rope ladder some more, to check the, like, just barely around it. And the reason for that is it is a tiny little island, so I might have to dig down a little ways to get under, because there's not much sticking out of the surface of the water. I might have to dig down so I can go over to then dig down again, because the top's covered with ocean. One of the other things I want to do is let's start figuring out what I need to do to make the sailboat. Now, the big problem I have with the sailboat is I probably won't be able to make the sails until well into next year when I get my first harvest of flax back up. But, you know, it is what it is. We'll figure it out. Okay. So it shouldn't be too much farther till we hit the shore. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and pack all the boats into one boat. If I can pack it all into my inventory, I'll do that just again, in the off chance that we die. Then I'll just teleport back with the boats. But if that's not an option, like I said, we'll pack the boats into the boats as best we can. So we can take one boat back, but I need to grab that rope ladder. I'm not going to go down for the copper. I want to. The temptation is real. But I already know that's going to be a swift trip back home without getting much copper. But I think the better use of my time is to start pursuing the coal, because I also might just find another copper node in the interim that I can pick away at. And if I do run out of copper, then we take our chances going after the dangerous one here. Because I've also got most of it up. I think there's just a little strip that goes out into that hallway where the scorpion's been. And that scorpion's has been wrecking our day. But we've got some major upgrades. We got our helmet, we got our chest piece, both of them crappy ones. We did get our mining bag, that's very big. We got our lantern. We got a bunch of spare tools now, and I've got a ton of spare bronze back home as well. We also know where we can find tons and tons of tin still. Like, I even have a tin node that isn't fully exhausted. Okay. Alright, so I picked up the boats entirely, so let's take that pin up. Pretty wifey. Oh. I thought Tomb came in here. Pretty wifey. I thought I'd heard you like sneaking there, so I was like, pretty wifey's like, oh, she's not actually in here.
I was in the bathroom.
It happens.
Yeah. I have a hobby, yes I do.
We all make mistakes.
He is sweet and smart too.
Mm-hmm.
You like my song?
A+.
I composed it myself. Hi, Rendor. Hi, Mahonry. Aw, hi, Sheep Blair. Hi, Rendor. Merry Christmas, Luxray. Whoa, where's funny?
Just, you know.
My disappearing sweater.
Oh, just
Yeah,
nah, like everything going on, and thank you for the Gigantify, Randall Thor. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Randall Thor, thank you. I look so excited. I'm going. Hi, Storge. That's a funny name.
Do you genuinely hope someday you have someone who speaks to you as lovingly as you speak to your wife? Yep. You only gotta find. Oh, I remember falling off this last time. It was bad. You know, it doesn't matter how many misses you run into. Just gotta have the one right person you meet. And I know it can be like tough when you're in it kind of thing, but it really is just a matter of, doesn't matter how many times you don't find the right person. There's also a component of, like, you know, when people walk up and they're like, hey, do you believe in soulmates? Or it's like, well, not in the context of what people usually mean by it kind of thing, where it's like that there's someone else in the world destined to be with you or like whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that'd be awful because the world's a pretty big place and there's just one other human being out there who is like your match. Even if you saw one person per half second, you would die of old age before you got through them all. And that's assuming you could tell at a single glance. I tend to be a lot more in the kind of believing in the approach with that. It's like there are many, 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 many people out there who are compatible to you that with time and effort could be that. They could be like the person for you. But it's not some preordained thing. Like, it's an amount of effort you put into it that gets it there. Okay, so there's the spot here. Well, we're not popping down here right now. I'm here to collect the rope. Because I don't really need the copper. I want to go after iron. But I got 40 units of rope down there. I thought there was more, but it's fine. What I'm going to do in the meantime is to make it a little bit more... Well, that's not what I wanted to happen. I'm going to make it a little bit more obvious where the tunnel is. By digging this out a little bit. Yeah, that should be enough of something to stand out. I've got my little peg here. That was the hole I plugged up, being like, don't go there. And then we can see the entrance from right there. Alright. So now before I go and temptation gets the better of me and I pop back down in the hole to chase materials I don't need right now. Well, actually... No, because then I still would have the ladder to come back to, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, so we're going to be good. We're going to be good. We're going to take our goodies. We're going to take them home. Considering my inventory is already full. I'm honestly... Oh, let's mark this entrance as well. I'm honestly thinking... These cave entrances, one of them at least, will lead down to that tunnel, I'm guessing. And then with that, we could easily... You know, easily just drop in there, get into the spot. But still a matter of those scorpions. They just hit so hard. Like, I honestly think it's a case I'm going to probably need to get myself set up where we have, like, a bow and arrow and we can sit there and just stand back and just hit the scorpion a whole bunch and not have an actual path that can get to us from. Like, have the 3-4 tiles tall or whatever it needs that it can't climb. Okay. So one thing I wanted to check is, so meteoric iron gives me iron meteoric piece, which can be made into meteoric iron ingots, which can be made into meteoric iron equipment. Because we did find some of that earlier. Yeah, no, we found some. I can't mine it because it said it needed a tier 4 tool, which I believe means I've got to get the actual the actual, like, iron itself. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so just like making yourself like a little shooting window. So like where we were dealing with that scorpion, you could sit there and just go there. Do you need iron to mine meteoric iron and work it? But at least it turns straight into ingots. In the bloomery instead of working blooms. I have no idea. Actually, I haven't used meteoric iron before. I've always had to find like hematite or whatever it is and then process that. That's how I was going to take the Scorpion out, but never got to test it because it despawned. You know, it seems like a reasonable strategy. So there's a raft. Here's your container. So it shifted forward a couple times, so I can do. There. Just need to get unstuck. Works good. You try to farm for temporal gears more. You think that's what the devs envision? Oh, like farming for temporal gears to and other things you loot off the enemies by just setting up a trap to hold the enemies in while you just pelt them with arrows. Yeah, and then the only catch there is taking the time to make all those arrows. Which isn't the worst in the world, but it does take time. Alright. Oh, meanwhile, there's nothing more for me down here, so go ahead and take that up. So I'm only seeing relevant points to places I want to go. Okay, so we take all of these rafts back up home, and I'm just going to kind of set a bunch of the rafts on the water. True, it's the one thing you like to buy from traders in bulk, arrows? Gotcha. I haven't done that much of the traders, like because this is only my second time doing a proper playthrough. The first time, we did find a trader eventually who would accept, I think it was rye bread. So we just started making rye bread to trade with them. I just didn't end up buying much from them because a lot of the traders I were finding were just selling a bunch of clothes that I didn't really need and stuff like that. So I was getting a decent number of gears, but I stopped selling them to it because I'm like, well, I really kind of just need the food more. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 Tier 1 subs gifted to the channel. I really do appreciate that. It's incredibly generous of you, and I really do appreciate that support. And again, for everyone here, I mean, we're getting to the tail end of what's, you know, considered Christmas. For us in the US, we're getting to those wee last hours before Christmas is officially over. But, you know, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and all that good stuff. You know, whether or not you celebrate, you know, I do hope you have a fantastic day with, you know, the day, however you choose to spend it. But thank you again for tuning, hanging out, all that good stuff. Yeah, most aren't useful in the beginning. You think it's the one that really good, like, survivalist? Yeah, no, I think the one we did buy, there was one that had potash. And I believe we bought potash from him. Is the one I think we did. But, like, once I bought, I think it's like the 6 or 8 or whatever potash they had, they were just out of it. So it's like, okay, well, cool. Don't care anymore. Alright, bear with me, chat. We're about to end our ad break, and I have got to use the restroom because I have been drinking too much soda. So I'm going to do that. I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in. Alright. Yeah, so that was just a thing where I spawned in Louisville. Okay. Yeah, I've actually had some pretty okay luck finding those. I need to actually look at what does it where I put those pins. Yeah, survival goods, luxury goods, survival goods, treasure hunter. So treasure hunter's the big one. For anyone who wants to do like the story side of the game and like learn about a lot of that, treasure hunter is how you engage the story lore. Just talk to him. I won't spoil any of it. But it is one of those things that's kind of hidden in the game. That's like, yeah, there's special places to visit and all that. But, you know, you've got to engage with this person and have a specific dialogue. Which I think it might even be a thing if you talk to any of the traders. I think they will tell you where to find a treasure hunter or something like that. I can't remember how that works. Because one of those things I was playing the game and there's like, you know, I was in my head like, well, there's no story. And people are like, you're wrong. It's like, what do you mean you're wrong? There's no story. Like, I have no objective, like, whatever. Which is fine. Like, I was just playing it like Minecraft or whatever. Like, no. There's a story and lore locations and all that. I'm like, well, how do you find it? This game's done nothing to imply anything. And then they pointed me to talking to that guy, and I was like, really? That's like, you just talk to this one specific guy and happen to have the right dialogue choice? And then you do what you gotta do? Which, for the record, the lore locations are cool. Like, they do a lot of snazzy stuff. I really enjoyed that part. Again, the combat side of it was kind of crap. Yep, no, exactly, Sparky. It's just one of those things, Sparky, it's one of those things, like, if you talk to enough of the other people first, where they don't really have much of interest to tell you, I could see it being one of those things that if you catch, like, the treasure hunter 3rd or 4th or 5th, you might just utterly skip the dialogue. Because that's what I was doing, is I read the first one or two, and I'm like, okay, none of this conversation has meant much to me. Like, I haven't learned much about our world or anything in a meaningful capacity. Sure, whatever. And that's the reason why when I met the treasure hunter, I didn't even read the options carefully, because I thought the traders were just the same thing when it came to the dialogue. I'm not saying they need a big red neon sign, be like, talk to this guy, or, you know, big quest prompt in the bottom left or whatever that's like, go talk to the treasure hunter or something like that. But it does feel like kind of one of those things that maybe when you talk to the other NPCs, and maybe they do this, I just never noticed it, I just toned it out, but it would be good to be like, you know, I've heard rumors that the treasure hunter knows something, or, well, there's a treasure hunter over there, he was really scared about someplace, or like whatever, you know, it's just a bunch of things kind of aggressively pointing to it being like, hey, the treasure hunter over there, you know, mayhaps pay closer attention to him. Alright, so this is our island. We will be dropping off all of the spare boats. All of the rescue boats as they are. What was the cost for a roller? Roller logs. It's just firewood. Okay, because my understanding is for making the big ship is I gotta set aside an area, put down a whole bunch of the roller logs, and then I'm gonna get a blueprint of some kind on top of it. And I just have to take the time to put together the pieces of the ship. Knowing I probably won't be able to finish it until next spring, or probably even summer, just because I will need all the fabric, which means growing around to flax. Yeah, so I think the plan's now get our iron secure. I think realistically steel is probably not happening in a meaningful capacity until like spring or whatever, but get the iron sorted. If we can get the iron at least started and going properly, we can get ourselves the best tools available right now. We can get those tools going for the time being. And then with those tools, we can start working on getting like the bigger ship ready and all that kind of stuff. and getting the greenhouse built. Because my intention that going into the winter, we just let the crops die. But by the time we start growing again the next year, I want it to be in the greenhouse so I can, you know, use the greenhouse when it starts to get cold, or when it starts to get too hot, pop the door off. When it starts to get too cold, put the door back on, that kind of thing. Start getting our area set up, get our dedicated blacksmith, our dedicated tanning area. We need to make bees happen. The bees won't help much since we're getting ready to go into winter, but once we get back into spring the next year, I want to know where there's a hive, so I can hopefully get the bees back home and starting to get like a whole bee area set up. So I can start doing like a rotation of bees to have a steady amount of wax and honey and all that coming in. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now you can keep expanding this area. Okay, so there's that raft. We can drop this ore in here. Actually, instead of leaving those out in the water, I am going to chuck them into a box right now. So that way as the ice freezes, or the water freezes and all that, we don't need to worry about too much. I'll need the flint to make our bloomery and all that. I'm not going to fuss with that right now. Put you away. You're not going to have time to grow anyway, so it doesn't matter. Put you away. Oop, I still have one of these in my hand. Did I actually put you in here, or did I pretend? I pretended. There we go. Before we get too far, any of the rest of you ready for harvest? Okay. Actually getting a decent amount of flax. I was not expecting to get that much more out of this. I'm lucky I might be able to barely weasel by that last set of flax before the cold gets it. Okay, and that's another half stack of turnips. And carrots as well. Okay. Right now I'm gonna chuck that whole thing in there. Right, because it was vine I needed for the rest of the stuff. $20 of these. Okay. So let's see. So we've got sails. We would need that for a lot of stuff. So right now I'm going to actually just chuck all of you back in the box. We got a decent amount of fabric worth of that material. I do have a lot of flint. So we can smelt the flint. You need to hit 1,000 C to become calcified flint. Alright. I don't have a clue how much that's going to take. Cool. Yeah, so we want to calcify the flint, because the calcified flint will be necessary for us to make our fire clay. So at that point, I want to start making it a habit to pick up flint as we see it. Now, is it instantly, or is it like starts going? Okay, so it's pretty fast. Oh, I'm willing to bet I probably need tongs since I could be picking up. Oh. That is not how I was hoping that would work. Okay, that's fine. You are going to be really unfortunately costly for me. Well. Pupper is in pupper jail. Don't do it, little puppy. Run away. You don't need to have the fate of your parents. You don't need to be slowly pelted to death by one piece of stone at a time. Oh, I am so sorry, adorable little puppy. Can I chase you out? I don't want to kill you, but, like, I can't have you becoming an adult wolf in my basement. That is a hard no. Oh, you are going to be so terrible so far as your efficiency. How much of that do I need? Per... Okay, it's just one each. I'm sorry, puppy. The problem is it's gonna become an adult in my basement. I really wanted to make it go on its own, so I was trying to stay on the back corner. I don't think so. I'm not particularly happy with that outcome. It is not the outcome I wanted. I wanted the pupper to go running out into the world, frolicking out in peace, to become an adult and make other wolves that would someday come to maul me, and then I would have to murder them, and then put them to good use. Also, wolf. That's fine. Okay. To be fair, to learn, there has to be survivors. Alright, so that crap is going to take a while to happen. Well, it's still showing at like 700 degrees. This is really unfortunate. I'm going to regret this. We're just going to let that thing cook. Just cook. Just do it. Yeah, that's what I'm good. That's what I was thinking, is I'm just gonna have to cut down a bunch of trees. Hear about that later. Meanwhile, yeah, it's just gonna take a while. Okay, so for the moment, I'm just gonna chuck the firewood down here. Chuck the meat in there so it lasts a bit longer. Part of the other reason I was like, okay, we should probably get rid of them, is they were literally hanging out among my berry bushes, and I just was kind of worried I was going to come out there and just get mauled to death in the middle of the night by a bunch of wolves. Oh, and we're finally out of juice. Yeah, just carrying around buckets of juice definitely worked out well for us. Okay. I still got wolves howling out in the woods. Okay. Alright, so we got a bunch of those. Go checking out how things are going down here. So much charcoal. Alright. Let's go start making buckets of juice. Well, I'm not going to fill the whole pit. I want to make it just one quick layer. And then we can light the whole thing up. Because the goal here isn't to just take advantage and like hit the maximum size pit. It's just to keep it moving a little bit at a time. So that way, you know, when we do hit the point that I'm like, oh, I need charcoal, I've just already got enough wood just chucked down in there to hopefully make charcoal happen. Not enough for me to do anything with that. I got enough for a batch with you. Okay. Well, so we can drop back down here. Spare berries can go there for right now. Spare mash can go here. Let's get cranberry juice here. So wine, 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 wine. All the rest of that's wine. Okay, so let's take the empty bucket. Yes, I got 2 empty buckets we can leave upstairs. I got 3 buckets of juice we can drink. We'll have 7 days left. Okay, so we'll just let that continue to just churn away. Meanwhile, Looks like I'm gonna need about 6.5 piles to fill you in. There's actually not that much, there's actually not that much wood, all things considered. Making some quick axes real fast. Well, we'll just keep chopping the forest back. I'm just trying to give myself more and more room between me and nature. But I do plan on leveling the area out quite a bit more like we've been doing. Because I still need to make a tannery, I still need to make a blacksmith that's not just stuff chucked on the ground where we can make it happen. Yeah, no, exactly. It's to give me a lot of stuff like breathing room away from the wolves, all that kind of stuff. When the drifters come in, so I can spot the ones that shoot the arrows at me versus, you know, where you hear them thumping into the walls and all that, but because of all the underbrush that they aren't obstructed by, but you are, you can't really make out where you're being attacked from. Okay. That's larch. Because of the, I think we get the larch because of elevation. That's a little bit higher up, so we start seeing those. Yeah, some big things. I'm just chopping a bunch of these trees off of this hill. It'll just be one of those things that over time, as I find myself in need of dirt or whatever. Yeah, those are poison, so we don't want to mess with that. Okay. Where I'm at is a little dangerous. I'm right between two different areas that go underground. But I should get mostly weak stuff out of it. They'll still be able to chunk me for like a quarter or a third of my health per hit. At least it's not like the saw things underground that just straight up murk me and that's the end of it. A lot of these trees are really squatty and small, but that's fine. How's my inventory? Okay, inventory's fine. Be a real nice thing when we're using the iron tools. We can just chop through these really fast. 1 second. Okay. I'll have a moderation thing I need to do here in a minute. Hey, Elcart. Thanks so much for the 20 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have been having a wonderful holiday and all that good stuff, and have been enjoying the stream and all that stuff. And this will be last tree. No, it's not YouTube, it's a Discord thing. We have someone who popped into Discord and is DMing people. I just want to go like say their name publicly so like people look them up, so I'm just gonna deal with it here in a second. Because we do a lot to mitigate the bots and all that crap, but they are very motivated. Honestly, it'll be easier for me to just do it. Let me go ahead and just knock that out real fast. And banned. Okay. It's one of those things, by the time I went, like, pulled up the name and be like, here who's who it is and all that, it's just as easy for me to just do it. Otherwise, I would have been more than happy to have you take care of it. But no, I just had someone reach out. I was like, hey, just so you know, this person's blowing up my DMs and sent me a screenshot and all that. We gotta deal with that kind of thing on pretty much any day that ends with Y. We actually have pretty good luck with that. We do occasionally have the random spam bot pop into the server, but that's just unfortunately having any kind of server that isn't locked down. Yeah, no, you're good, Luxray. But yeah, no, obviously, like, if you happen to see a moderator on, that could be kind of a good thing. But I'd rather have it reported to, like, just literally anyone than just, you know, oh, but the wrong person's there. But yeah. No, it's fine. So what's the pit of wood for? I am about to show you, because I need to put it to use. Is that enough rammed dirt, or I'm going to have to get more rammed dirt? What I'm going to do here is we're going to cover it up. That is definitely nowhere near enough rammed dirt. That's fine. I probably have a bunch of low quality soil I can turn into rammed dirt. And I will need a unit of grass. So basically what happens here is if I were to just take this firewood and take a lighter to it, I would get fire. You know, as one suspects, I would just get a bunch of fire. Having a bunch of fire, not particularly useful. But if I take for a chance the moment to make a fire pit here, and then I pop in here, and I light that on fire, I get a prompt that says, hey, you got 28 minutes before the pile ignites, cover it up. And now it says charcoal pit warming up. So what's going to happen is we're now going to choke off the air so it has very little air under there, but start it under fire. And so what it's ultimately going to do is it's going to make it so instead of just burning it to ash, instead, it's going to become charcoal. And we need charcoal because for melting stuff like copper and all that, firewood doesn't get hot enough. Then the extra rammed earth. We're just gonna keep slowly going because this can go to 11 by 11. Yeah, so what will happen is we'll know we're in a good area. Yeah, so you see how now it's just kind of smoking and smoldering? That's what we want to see. That means in about a day, we will have the entire bottom of that will be charcoal. It's not going to be a great amount of charcoal, but it should be more than enough for our immediate purposes because we're using all of our charcoal to process a bunch of our flint into material for making iron. Or, sorry, for making fire clay, which is a clay that can go and use really high temperature areas without getting ruined. And then we use that for making bloomeries, for making iron, because iron needs to be really hot. So you kind of just produce a lot of heat and keep it trapped and just let the clay sit, or let the iron ore sit in there until you get an iron bloom. And then once you have an iron bloom, you work out all the imperfections to get your actual iron ingot. Which is how they used to do it, is they'd have the iron bloom and they would like genuinely make the iron in it, smash the bloom apart to get the iron back out of it. But it is a lossful process. Before I forget, cool. Just letting the person know that, like, report it to be like, hey, we took care of it. So you're literally full, all the way full of grain, no space left. Love to see it. And how are you doing over here just eating all of my charcoal? Okay, so that's the last of charcoal. I don't think that's going to stay high enough to do it. We almost got the whole stack done. Is there a more efficient crucible arrangement? You can kind of get things in a relative good. So yeah, so I'm not going to get more flint. So we're just barely short of getting an entire stack of flint calcined, which, like I said, is what I need for dealing with this. In the meantime, I actually would toss some firewood on here. So then I'm going to go in here, wherever the meat is at. Because that meat has a very, very short shelf life if you don't do something with it. There's all that. I got 3 stacks of firewood. chuck that there for right now. Okay, we got even more fabric, which is great. Got a really nice stack of sticks. That ladder can just go there. We don't have what we need to make more rope. Need that to grow, and I don't know if it'll grow this time of year or not. Okay. In the meantime, while that cooks, let me toss this up here. Alright. So for the time being, we can put the axe back away. We'll be mining, so bring that with us. That's for mushrooms and all that. We've got some flint for doing work. Let's go ahead and... have some more juice. Yeah, so once I cook it, it'll last for 20 days. But before I cook it, it's only good for, like, 2 days. So, like, the raw meat goes fast. Cooked meat's relatively good time span. Yeah, so once we get the meat done, we should be all good to go for our trip over here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And then the plan here is we're just going to go into this island, and we're just going to dig straight down and start surveying for ore, and see if we get lucky. Yeah, because let's see. So you're at 3.39, you're at 2 point whatever. And you're at 1.9. So there's a chance we might have a slightly better spot around here. And you're at 2.21. Yeah, so none of those are particularly encouraging. Probably around this area that might be the sweet spot. Just trying to guess by the pins, which isn't a accurate thing. Like I said, I'll probably just drop a tunnel down here. Maybe drop a tunnel on some of these other little islands. The only reason I'm just hovering over this thing is because I don't want to waste all that firewood. So I'm trying to let it finish cooking. Okay, so all three of these trees are going to be successful. That's good news. Okay, so this pumpkin died. We did not get the seed back from that one. That's okay. That's the reason I took every single pumpkin we got successfully. And I made a priority to get the seeds. Just to make sure if anything went wrong, I would have seeds to spare. Okay. So I might get lucky with how much flax I'm pulling up that we might be able to get some type of like sailboat or something going. Okay, so you got 2 more there. And that's all gonna be wine soon. Alright, we got our last one here, so I could probably grab the firewood out. Alright, there we go. We've got all our food stuff. Let's take the torches and put them in our bag up here. Everything else in position. We got our rope ladders. We got all that. I think we're good to go. Okay. So we just cut around to the east. And like I said, the plan is to go to the middle of the island and just tunnel straight down, drop the rope ladder as far down as we can. And go with that. If I find reeds, I might yoink the reeds up to try and make more rope ladder. We'll see. 40 height and rope ladder is pretty high. Oh, you know what I'm betting? I'm betting there's a last little bit on the very bottom of that rope ladder, because it's like, oh, I thought I had like 44 or something like that, or 42. Not a flat 40. I'm willing to bet there was like 1 or 2 near the bottom that there was a gap, so it didn't pull it up. It's fine. It would not make sense to go all the way down to snag that. So you are east by southeast. A heavy temporal storm is approaching. Okay. Change of plan? That's the way the game is sometimes. I was like gonna go for it anyways, and I was like, no, I'm gonna get just about down there and it's gonna be imminent, and then my choices are, do I bail on it immediately and then come back and do it all over again, or try to stick it out by like just shoving myself in a wall and then just physically waiting with the storm for nothing else to do? Or do I go back here, we spend some time making our lanterns and that for inside the house, and then go the next day out. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because you do get a pretty good heads up. Like, there's a good chance I have about a full day before the storm actually arrives. But the moment we start digging, you can burn days really fast. Did I run myself out of charcoal completely? I think I did, didn't I? That's fine. What we could do in the meantime, let's grab the pan, grab the bony sand. We can work on this, hoping to try and get that, that second candle. Now when the storm arrives, I can go into the kitchen up there, and in the kitchen, what I should be able to do there is I could start working at processing all of that flint into the, or calcined flint into calcined flint powder. That way I'll have that ready for when we go to make our fire clay. So I can then make a bloomery, and then with the bloomeries we could start making iron blooms. With the iron blooms we can start making iron ingots, and that we can make iron tools. It's a whole process. It'll give me something to work on until then. There's also a good chance that by the time the storm arrives, the charcoal should be done, and I can dig up some of the charcoal and make the other 2 lamps, assuming I can find a candle here. I've already got 1 candle, but I would want a second candle for the second lamp, because then I can put a bronze lamp in the downstairs and the upstairs room to just keep them lit. You're a bully. Come back with the storms up. Alright, let's go in here real quick. I'm pretty sure I have a spare. Okay. Yeah, the other thing to check is greenhouse as well. 11 by 11. 14 by 14. Okay. Like I said, that'll be one of our winter projects, is to build the greenhouse. That way it comes, you know, as soon as it's warm enough that at the end of the day, like the coldest part of the day, it's warm enough for us to grow crops without any death of crops. We can start planting them little by little. The second time you tried to make a weapon that needs a specific trait to craft you don't have, I understand the reason they have the classes for when you're playing multiplayer. I do not like the classes. It doesn't feel like you get enough plus for the minus to make it like really worth having a thing. And it is one of those things being like, oh, you just can't make this armor because you're not the soldier or whatever class. You're like, okay. I wish I'd noticed that before, but also like, why? I personally feel like it's probably better just that they have the regular, like, just kind of flat bonus type things as the thing you get. Yeah, you can. But like I was saying, that's kind of one of the things is, I dislike that mechanic. It definitely feels like it's something that is intended for when you're playing with others. That, like, that person can be the one making your bows, and this person could be the one doing this, and all that kind of stuff. Because then they can make the equipment. I believe you can still use the equipment, it's just you can't craft the equipment. I could be wrong in that. You might be able to change it by exiting your save, going into your custom settings, and maybe go into it. I don't know if that's the case. Alright, so it shouldn't be too much longer till this storm arrives. That might actually be something I turn on so I can just make anything. Because it was the thing that happened to me twice the last playthrough as well. It's like, oh, let me make this armor. Oh, wait. That armor I'm not allowed to make. Oh, and then it went to make, I think it was the recurve bow, and it's like, no, you can't make that either. It's like, alright, well, screw you, game. Because that actually put a pretty significant amount of effort into trying to make that recurve bow, just to find out I couldn't. Like, you can make a bunch of the parts, they just, you know, I couldn't put them together. We're finding a good handful of books here. That was the exact thing you're trying to make? Oh yeah, no, I did the same thing. Like, it made, like, it was like the spine to it or whatever, when you went to craft the last piece, like, oh yeah, you can't do that. It's like, okay, never mind. But yeah, so the bony sand can give you a lot of good stuff. Hey, there's the second candle we wanted. Yeah, get this last piece here done. I'm gonna put it away, and we're gonna see how... Actually, before we put it away, you still smoldering over here? Or you about ready? How much longer do you have? Still... Oh, wait. is not temporal storm time. Wait your turn. I guess I'll keep. I was going to say I'll stop and I'll quickly run down and do the blacksmithing, but I can't do anything till we have that charcoal pit done. Okay. Oh, there's some silver. We're getting not too far from being able to potentially get an ingot of silver and an ingot of gold. Not close enough, though. There's another candle. That means I could potentially put a light somewhere out here. Probably for when I move the blacksmith into its own space. Have a light for the blacksmith. And the good news, we're getting relatively low on the bony soil. It reload your world, but exists. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it now, but that'd be one I'd be willing to change, because like I said, it didn't feel like those items were a balanced decision, because the balanced decision for the classes seems to be like, hey, you get 20% less for foraging, but you do 10% more damage. Why are you all spawning so aggressively suddenly? Oh, I bet you it's a high rift activity day. Or even though we don't have rifts turned on, I want to say it still affects their spawn. Yeah, high rift activity. So I'm assuming when you're underground, that activity, if I recall, does still affect the rate stuff spawns in, even if there's not a rift. Okay. I'm only putting down the one because I am expecting this to kick off where it goes imminent, at which point they will run inside and shut up the doors and all. Hey, there's a gear. Gear's a good find. Use that to set like your respawn and all that. There's also some crafting recipes based around it as well. Okay. They're spawning inside my house because I don't have the light set up. Okay. We can also potentially get the bookshelf set up. Right now I'm just kind of tossing these books on the counter. I do think it makes sense to like actually have a bookshelf for anything that's not a duplicate. always worry about that. Okay. We're just waiting on this temporal storm. Which will be fine. We found a copper spearhead while we were doing this, which does give me another spear and a better spear than I'm currently using. I think regardless, this will be my last bony soil because I'm kind of tired of canning. We got the lights and all that we needed. Yeah, you still have a while left. Okay, there's a better spear. I forgot you were up here. Okay, we can drop all the bones and all that in there. Drop the arrows in here. Drop that in there. Drop you in here. Drop the ore in there. That's all fine for right now. Drop the bony soil in there. Finish drinking all of our... juice real fast. Okay. So we chill in here and we grind up our flint, our calcined flint, while we wait for the nightmare to go away. Because generally speaking, this is how you deal with it. Now granted, with the storm, enemies can spawn in the room with me. That's partly why I added the lamp. I don't even believe that helps. I'm pretty sure that has no effect to whether or not it's eligible for spawns. Basically, you have the rifts and the storm. When those are going on, it kind of says, hey, all those rules that you've learned to accept and value on how spawning works, yeah, those are suggestions. And we don't care. So you kind of just hunker down and ride it out. So don't be surprised if we get like jump scared for some enemy spawning in here. Yeah, no, that's what a lot of people do is they'll either put stuff on the ground or like tap little holes in the ground and all sorts of stuff to make those tiles ineligible. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely better than outside, because the entire surrounding area is a place that things can spawn in. At least the room, I only have to worry about things spawning in this little space here. So RNG-wise, there'll be a lot of stuff spawning on the other side of the wall and that can't reach me. The wine is downstairs outside, and honestly don't want to deal with, like, going out there. I've gone out during the storms, even bad ones, before to grab stuff. But, that was usually later in the game when I had armor and all that, so if something did catch me out there, I at least had some ability to deal with it. Alright, this should give me a lot of fire clay worth of, calcined flint. And then with that we can make the bricks for the bloomery and all that. And also the enemies spawning up here are no longer just the tier 1s, so we're getting harder versions of the same enemies. A lot of tier 2s and that, so we just... It's not something I want to deal with. Granted, I could ultimately make traps. And when I mean traps, I don't mean like actually like, you know, Terraria traps, but I mean like pits and all that that the enemies would fall into. And then they would get stuck, and then I could just pelt them with stones kind of thing. But we haven't done that. Yep, no, exactly, Stoka. That is just the nature of the game sometimes. You know, anything you want to work on, thou shalt be distracted by other random BS. Yep, so you're only used for fire clay. Okay. So it's like a 1-to-1 ratio. Alright, I can live with that. So we go like this. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Well, no. Yeah, that's right. And the question is it just red clay or is it any clay? Cool. So with that, we got a bunch of fire clay. So to make a fire clay raw brick, it's 4. And then to do those, we need to put them into a kiln. There's the grass, there's some sticks. Let's see. The bookshelf is planks making a circle. Is better versions of those spears available? Yeah, I actually have one spear on me that's a little bit better than what I've been using. Just breaking the crappier one. So I've got the problem that they're still chilling at the door. I saw it hit me for half health, and I was like, that's a problem. No, quit it. You can play the game of throwing stones. I get so many stones I don't know what to do with that I feel perfectly okay. I don't know where the second one went, but okay. I do appreciate when those are what's getting stuck in the basement, because then they want to get to range. And there's no range, so I can just bully them. Versus if it was like a shiver or something. Okay. I grab these because I'm gonna need those for the iron. Okay. This hurts me more than it hurts you, Chuck's Rock. Yep. Okay, so I've got all that. Got you sorted out there. We can go back to chucking those there. Those are crappy arrows. You got all you loaded up. Oh, Flint can go down there. That's cool. Alright, so we got all that sorted. We don't need to plant more of these crops, because like I said, we're basically at the end of the season. Let's kind of just get what we can out of the fields while they're still good. And whatever stays in here and dies to the cold, we should get the seeds back. Okay. Yeah, so those are almost all done. I'm noticing we're not seeing any more, pumpkins, really. Alright. And take all these back. Slowly getting the farm sorted out. Pop on down here. Drop the actual food in. There's the grains. There's the veggies. We can drop off our seeds. Drop off the stuff for making fabric. We are going to want a shovel, so let's grab the shovel I already have. And make a spare, because I'm probably going to break it. Okay. So you should be done. So we pull up all that rammed earth, and now you notice instead of firewood down here, we got charcoal. So we grab the charcoal real fast, and then that whole process of like slowly filling this in with more and more firewood starts all over. And the idea is, as long as I keep trying to expand and spread, needing to cut down trees, and then, you know, also the same thing, like we have to go for sticks or whatever. As long as I'm just periodically making a point to cut down a couple trees here and there, I should slowly get firewood in here, and I can chuck it down in the bottom. The real time that the charcoal starts to properly fall behind is once you get to the point of making steel. There's just so many stages that use charcoal, it gets really nasty. Because like you'll need to make the fire clay bricks for making the bloomery. That's just going to be something that takes a bunch of charcoal to make that. Hey, Cardinal Zin, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate it. But I hope you have yourself a wonderful Christmas stream and all that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. Playing some just chatting today, so I'm assuming just hanging out. It's going good. Just had like a really bad storm in game. And now we're getting our oh, that was too deep. What? I didn't think it was that... Oh, this one spot is deeper than the rest. Well, we now know that it doesn't need to be an actual rectangle, because I thought it did. But, again, check out Cardinals in. Fantastic content creator, playing lots of fun, like survival simulation, those kind of games on their channel and all that good stuff. But thank you so much for that raid. I do hope you're having yourself a wonderful holiday and all that, and I do hope your stream went well and all that good stuff. Yeah, now we're just playing some Vintage Story. It's kind of like Minecraft in like how it works aesthetically, but past that, it really is kind of its own animal. Like the survival side of things is a whole big thing. Should you get beat for the pit kiln? Yeah, no, I probably could. I haven't been too worried about it because the amount to use is not that big a deal. But yeah, no, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and all that good stuff to you as well. Yeah, my intent is to slowly make this room as big as a Vintage Story starts a mod. Yep, it did. And they kept branching out more and more until they eventually decided to just make it into its own game standalone by itself versus being a mod. They just wanted to keep departing farther and farther and farther from what Minecraft is. And then plus it's always a tricky thing for a couple different reasons. Like one, if you're a mod to a game, people have very negative feelings about people trying to monetize mods. There's just an expectation that mods should be free. And then on top of that, you also have that problem where each cycle, you know, Minecraft decides to update itself, and now you gotta go through and start cleaning all your stuff up to work with a new version. I mean, it's just what we're used to. Keep mods up to date alone is enough to be standalone. Oh yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Like that could be a whole full-time job within itself. And then again, as a mod, quite often unpaid. That's not what I needed to make. Need to make that. Okay. Was your aspiring game dev and an active modder that monetizes? So you could be biased. Yeah, no, I do think very genuinely there should be room for paid mods. It is one of those things that in a lot of ways we expect a lot of stuff for free in software, like in games. Like the idea of people putting in a huge amount of time to expand on stuff and then just, you know, do it out of the goodness of their heart, which is fine. But people should also be able to put the time in for their passion and make a buck while they're doing it. The only ones I've seen like do a really good job of monetizing a mod that isn't like very specifically about monetization is the Calamity mod on Terraria. They run on donations, and they've done a really good job of promoting Patreon. And I know there's others that do that kind of thing as well. But it's a tricky thing. Like, I get it, you don't want your mods to become effectively DLC, where each one you gotta drop 5, 10, 15 bucks on kind of thing, because that'd be really unfortunate. But there's gotta be something in between. That, like, there is a path for people to be able to, you know, expand on the content of the games you play, but also not starve to death doing it. Yeah, for you, it's the Twitch integration that's monetized, but there also has free options as well. Kind of a sales funnel approach. Yep. Well, the Twitch integration kind of thing has usually had opportunity. Just don't mod Nintendo games. Nintendo will get mad at you. I mean, I haven't seen Nintendo get super salty about just basic mods. Nintendo, if you do like anything with their IP, they throw a fit about it, or if you try and do ROMs, they throw a fit about it. Yeah, or don't stream their games half the time, they'll throw a fit about it. Nintendo is weird. It's like, this is literally marketing. Like, you benefit from it. Like, obviously, if you are still actively selling the product, and I decide I'm gonna just download it, you know, torrent or something, yeah, by all means. Like, people understand you're gonna throw a fit about that, because that, sure. You've got a solid argument to make against that. You have product for sale, and people are circumventing that. Sure. 100% on board. I understand. Valid concerns are valid. But if a game hasn't been produced in, you know, 30 years or something, there's a certain point where it's like, look, man, calm down. It's okay. You're not losing any actual customers to this. They claim the income for your video because of the game's soundtrack. Oh yeah, no, it's like that's not even just a Nintendo thing, unfortunately. I run into that all the time where it's like this game's copyrighted by music copyrighted by whomever. And a lot of times like I'm literally promoting your stuff and doing all this stuff. It's one of those things I very genuinely wish it was just something that was like labeled on a game that's like, you know, you can use this game's music without concerns of copyright claim and all that. Tongs? Yep, we're getting there. There we go. All right. So I'm just going to give that a moment. We're going to bang out 2 bronze plates, make ourselves 2 more lanterns, so I have 1 to carry with me and then 1 for each of my floors. Alright, you sleep well, Cardinal, and thank you again so much for the raid. Yeah, no, I definitely enjoy Vintage Story, so I'm going to have a blast with it. Yeah, so I still got myself 7 more bronze ingots, and I should have 3 pickaxes and about 2 1/4 or 1 1/4 prospecting picks. And we're going to hopefully find... We're going to hopefully find ourselves some iron here and get that going. Okay. Yep, so we're just getting our ingots all hot so I can work on them with the smithy hammer. Banging out some metal plates so we can make lanterns. So we can stop enemies spawning inside our house finally. Your cat likes the metal noise? You don't know why? Don't know. Okay, then after this, we'll use some of our clear quartz and all that, and get that sorted. But yeah, so on the agenda for things we want to get done is the big one is getting iron. Once I get iron tools going, that's great. We're about to go into winter, like pretty soon. I'm pretty sure we're in the last month of fall, and then we'll be in the winter. Once that happens, pretty much all of our crops are going to die, and it's a matter of just surviving on all the stuff we grew the rest of the year. Which is why I've been deliberately not eating like any of our grains or anything like that. I've been deliberately staying away from all that stuff. So I can go up here. Alright, so I think it was 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Hang that up. Alright. Yeah, so you can smelt that into just straight up glass. And the quartz chunk also smelts into straight up glass. Ah, but doing that takes a bloomery. I remember there's a way without using the bloomery. for you. Right. I can just use sticks in that to make quartz glass. As opposed to just regular glass. And I don't really know what the difference is. Quartz glass has a higher temperature threshold. In real life, you don't know about Vintage Story? Yeah, my understanding with this is that one we don't have to do anything special. But we need a bloomery, which could get very costly. Enjoy some of our fruit juice. Okay, so I do got some berries there. Yeah, those are nowhere near ready. That's fine. So we're grabbing the berries off where we can. I've made the comment a few times that we're right about to hit the end of the season. And then there'll be no more berries to be had. Where? Okay. I guess bye? Was the glasses cloudy rather than clear? Yeah. There's like an aesthetic difference. But more importantly, it's one of them I need bloomeries, which means fire clay, you know, burning them, getting rid of a bunch of charcoal, and then breaking the whole thing and having to remake it. And in the other one, I don't have to do all that stuff. And instead what I could do is just, you know, take what I've got there. You know, I heard him scream to do the throw and all that. Instead, all I have to do is just put some wood around it. Yeah, it's good enough. I'm not aware of there being any type of, like, functional difference between the two different types of glass so far as purposes of, the greenhouse goes, because that's what you primarily use that stuff for. Greenhouses and windows. Alright, so we got a bunch of the fruit juice. Okay, so let's take all that and see what fruit juice you can make. I'll take that off my bar. So you've got... Well, actually, you give me more. So going ahead and getting these so they last longer. Then we should be good, finally, to go back after trying to pursue the iron. It is definitely one of those things that every 2 seconds, like, okay, it's time to go after the iron. And the game's like, storm. You're like, fine. I won't go after the iron right now. Okay, it's finally time to go after the iron. The game's like, no. You're gonna have to... Okay, we wasted a little bit there, which is unfortunate. Luckily, I caught it pretty early, so I don't think we lost too much. Yeah, we lost about 1 liter. Yeah, no, the bees have been pretty elusive. Okay. Yeah, so those have like at least 10 days. Let's see if our other leather got done. And grab you. And scrape it. Let's grab another thing of leather and toss it in there for processing. Okay. Cool. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Alright. Okay, so we got all this juice on us. We got some spare tool spots. We can have a little sippy sip of that. Okay, we've got ourselves a light. Alright, so I think we're good to go. Now this time, we just had a temporal storm, so it can't be interrupted by a temporal storm. Because that's what happened last time, is I just began paddling away, and it was like heavy temporal storm showing up. It's like, Fine. I understand you don't want me going out to the island to see if we can't get lucky and get some iron. Now, good news is even if I go through all the picks on my person right now and we do not find iron, that's okay. I still have, it's something like 5 or 6 more bronze ingots just laying on the floor, which means 5 or 6 more picks. And then after that, if we start getting down to the last couple, I do know where I can find copper. We were running into problems where there was a scorpion saw thing, a locust there, that was one-tapping me. But I am pretty sure if we go down there after how long it's been, it probably won't be there anymore. And then on top of that, even if it is, I can probably maneuver a little bit where I can kind of mine around the area without opening up the wall to expose it. I kind of just maneuver around it. Maybe be able to get under the floor and like kind of put dirt in the way so I can grab the copper and quickly plug the hole kind of thing. There's probably still a decent amount of copper over there. Okay, so what we want to do is there's a little island in the middle. It's got a decent chance of having hematite, which is iron. So that's where we're gonna start, and we're planning to just try that that rope ladder strategy more because that seemed to work relatively well. I would like to have more rope. I think our sanity is lowering right now for some reason. Also, let's put you up there so I don't accidentally put out my torches. Okay, so there's the islands. Alright, so they're pretty tall. I think it'll be those ones where we just mine in the wall. We just like go straight into roughly center. And then we drop the ladder down from that height. Versus going up to the very top and then dropping down. I feel like if we go to the very top and then drop down, we won't get very deep in actual depth. And I don't imagine we're going to find iron this high up. Okay, so which one are we going for? Okay, so we're skipping these ones here. One. Two. That wasn't far enough. Okay, so let's check. So you have 3.11, 3.39. Okay. That's what I wanted to see is if this little set of islands look like they're going to have the higher rate. It looks like we're heading to this little island here in the middle. That's got our best odds of having hematite below it. Like I said, I think I'm just going to literally carve in to the side of it. Doing a quick little peek to see there's nothing exciting on top. Nope. So this will work perfect. Let's go like 2 blocks over here. We will switch to surveying the area. Small amounts of flint. We don't care about flint. Okay. One, two, three. No ore nearby. Yep. You can find, like, flint in the wall. No ore nearby. So we've got bauxite. No ore nearby. Okay. So we're not gonna be able to go too much deeper. Before I need to make more rope ladder. 2, 3. 4. 1. Let's see. You get bauxite in full rocks. Possible to turn that into aluminum. You can't make aluminum with them in this game. All right. Let's check. So hematite. So you can be in limestone, granite, sandstone, peridotite. So you can be in the peridotite. Let's go ahead and climb back up. I do think what I'm going to want to do here is try and get ourselves set up with more reeds for more ladders. Might not be what I should be working on, but I'm going to do it anyways. Oh, I didn't actually put it in there. It's fine. So you can go here, grab here. So I'm trying to find a place you can snag some reeds. I'm assuming means we have to find fresh water. because I was hoping my other reeds would have grown back by now. Alright, so where's the place that obviously... Oh, man, there's nothing nearby. Well, I mean, we're pretty... Yeah, we can just go down here. Let's go straight south. We've got the mainland, and there's a couple of lakes just straight south of us. So we're going to go ahead and grab that. And I want to grab a bunch of reeds. And the reason I want to do that is I'm hoping I can make a decent number of additional ladder segments so we can keep going deeper on the ladder. Because I have a feeling, for the purpose of finding iron, I'm going to want to go deeper into that peridotite layer. And then the hope would be that once I get deep enough there, that, like once I go deep enough there, that I would hopefully, you know, either strike iron or whatever. And I do know there is a maximum depth you can go. I don't remember what it is. We did it the last time that I finally did eventually hit, you know, their equivalent to bedrock. Yeah, the closest we can do is go like this. A hematite. Yeah, so you can have limestone, granite, sandstone, peridotite, phyllite. And then appears the thing, and we have peridotite down there. Is it that island where I'm looking? Yeah, so we go to this island. I can start going around it. There's a couple of lakes. Yeah, if we just go around this to that side, there's a couple of lakes down there that'll likely have a bunch of reeds around them. So I'm going to go through and just start hacking down reeds. So that I can hopefully build another 10, 20, 30 segments of ladder. That when we're doing this, like, going down here. Because what I'll do is I'll hit the first spot. We'll check it out. And as I mentioned, I might try and, I wish I had a better idea what the shape of the island was, like, once you got a couple layers deep. Because I was thinking go down a little ways, cut, like, 12 tiles over, and then drop the ladder the rest of the way down there. That way I can get, you know, down farther in that, like, spire. But it could just be I dig out the side of it, which wouldn't be the end of the world. You know, just dig out the side and we go, okay, well, that one's a bust. Okay, well, that's another thing, is I can honestly just dive down and see, like, okay, because if it ends up going way down and then I'd have room to dig down, like, to dig the side, probably not worth my time. But if it goes down, it, like, kind of slopes out really quickly. It'd be worth, like, again, dropping, like, 10, going to the side, and then dropping the rest of the rope ladder down. Okay, so around where we see those over there, there's a good chance I could find some lakes with some reeds in it. Because I had a ton, and I started using them for ropes for making all of our boats when I died, and I had to keep making boats to recover my boat. Because I hit that stupid saw scorpion that was one-tapping me again and again. I just didn't see the texture very well from where I was at. Where's the first lake? Oh, it's down here farther. And if we do find bees, we're kind of dropping everything and getting the bees. Knowing that going into winter, the bees probably are going to go dormant and not really be useful for much. But just securing some bees would be great for being able to work on a bunch of the stuff around the place. Just get all our bees, get all our honeys, get all our wax, do all that stuff. That's exactly what I was hoping. We go right over the hill. We're running pretty close to vanilla. I do have Napster on it so that, you know, after a while when I get tired of flinting, you know, napping the same flint stuff again and again, I can, you know, use that. And otherwise, it's just a couple UI mods. I generally tend to run all my games very light on the mods front. Not literally no mods, but pretty sparing amount of mods. As always, I'm kind of hopping around the trees, seeing if we get a... Yeah, no, you're good. That's a tool, that's not what I need. Okay. Next we can go like this. There's our rope. And for the rope ladder, it's like this, and then sticks. There's 6 more segments of rope ladder we just got. Move over to the next lake. So I believe we have 40 down there already. And I'm guessing they stack 64 tall. Okay. Okay, so we got that one, so same deal, do that. That gives me 7 more. So that's 15. which puts up the 55 rope. Maybe we'll just go to the knife breaks because it's fading fast. All right. Yep, we got all that sorted. There's another lake down this way. No reeds at this lake. Alright, let's mark that there's a cave entrance here for future searching. And I did see the mushroom. My inventory is pretty full though, so I'm just choosing to ignore it for right now. Stay away, puppy, and no one needs to die. Okay, nothing at that one. Couple more over here. That's the one we've already cleared. Move down this way a bit more. And I see a spot of resin. Okay. Well, that's not really what I'm looking for, but that's fine. What we're dealing with. And it does not appear there's reeds around here. So let's see here. So we can grab you. There's 4 more rope. Need a couple more sticks. Okay. Yeah, it's 21. That should be about good. I don't think we push that farther. We'll probably end up chucking some of that into bins and whatever, but that's fine. Start working our way back. I'm just going to detour a little bit here and there. Get near trees. Just in case they have bees. Okay, we got another cave entrance. Cause yeah, we went, there's like a little inlet just north of where that first pool was. So that's all we're doing, is just heading towards that first pool, kind of to the north of it. That should give us what we're looking for, which is our boat. Yeah, it's that dip right there. I think that might actually be the same dip I've been coming into. It's kind of a natural place to park your boat just because of the, you know, it goes inland just a little bit. It's easy to spot in the map, so you don't have to, like, really fuss being like, what part of this arbitrary shore did I actually park my boat in? Yeah, I think that's literally the same place I keep parking my boat. Okay, so we've got stuff to go in here. You're not going to be needed. Nor you, nor you, nor you, nor you. Drop you off. Drop you off. And the grass, I guess. Okay, so with this, we are going right back to where that iron was. Where iron spot area is. And the whole reason we did that detour is to give myself about 50% more depth I can go. So about 2-3 more times of the pick to see if we can't find iron. And if we don't, we just pull it all up, go to the next spot over, try and do it again. Okay. And food-wise, I've got all the juice on me. 6 days. That one's empty. That one's on 5 days. Okay, so where we're going to is... Once we go between those two rock formations, it's just slightly left of straight north. It's like the tiniest bit, like, it's like north by northwest or something like that. Just a hair west. It'll drop right back in there. We'll also take a peek on the outside to see how fast it looks like it slopes out. Like I said, if it kind of slopes out relatively fast, we can drop down like 10 blocks and cut like 12 blocks aside. If it isn't like nearly a 45-degree angle or something like that, I don't want to go really deep and then cut to the side, because that'll give me a lot more risk of dangerous enemies spawning with me. Versus if I cut really close to the surface, if something does spawn, it'll be a relatively weak enemy. At least that's my thought process. So maybe like that heading. Could put us relatively close to where we were working. But yeah, then we'll just, you know, again, drop down as far as we can. If I find stuff, great. If not, I will like surround the front to make it look like, hey, here's where we dropped down before. That way, you know, later on if I want to go back and perhaps dig deeper if we didn't get lucky, we can do that. And also to, you know, make it so the hole is not fully exposed to the surface, so I don't actually just run into a gaping chasm where I fall to my death. Oh, I'm almost exact at heading. It just need to be a hair farther west than I was. And if we, you know, strike out on this one, then we just go to the island to the north and basically go to each island and just dig straight down from each island because I can't go the 12 distance I want. For any islands that's got the hematite at a decent percentage. Once it drops below decent, we'll just move on to other targets. Yeah, probably won't be able to see what I'm doing till daytime for this. There's definitely enough room this way though. That's fine. Okay, so we can go 21 deeper. The part of the reason I wanted to do this, we didn't go that deep into the peridotite area. One, two. That's not something I want to do it that way. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. We'll put down these 3. Go that much lower. So I can still hop up if I, fell down or whatever. Okay, so we got to minus 68. And no luck. So I'm going to climb the whole way up here. I'm going to pull up the whole rope ladder. And how about I aim for a round? Well, we know... It's probably a mistake. The reason I'm doing it at that height is just because we know it shows as being able to show on the peridotite, but not box it. So I'm just going to plug that so I don't fall to my death. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Two, 3. I didn't survey. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. We're back to box it, which is nice and all. Trace amounts of bismuthite. Which one was bismuthite again? I think that was... Yeah, it was from making a different type of bronze. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. I meant to actually do this. No ore nearby. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. It's a little dangerous to be digging down like that. I could hit a cave. No ore nearby, because of course not. Alright, well, last one to drop down here now. One, 2, 3. Not exactly what I had in mind, but okay. Okay, we can grab our ladder and then plug this hole up. Same plan. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Trace amounts of flint nearby. That doesn't help anything that we want to do. In the meantime, and that's just so enemies, you know, have to struggle to get past me. So shouldn't have to worry about the sanity too much. 2, 3. Okay. After we get done with this set, we'll probably want to pop up top and let our sanity recover for a while. It's 1, 2. One, 2, 3. Okay. We got iron. We don't know exactly where it is, but we did detect iron. Alright. So it's not going to be that way, because that way's back the way we came. 3, 4, and no ore that way, so that is the wrong direction. 2, 3, 4. No ore that direction. My sanity's gonna be a problem here soon. Actually, I take that back. I'm far enough over I can't say that safely. 4. Trace amounts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Medium amounts. Okay, so we go this way. One direction distinctly had more than the others. One, 2, 3, 4. Now, this might still say medium. It could be higher. Depends on the shape of the vein. Very large. Oh boy, we know what direction we're going. One, 2, 3, 4. Probably not this way. Okay, so that's lower than we have right here. I'm suspecting it's probably below us, but it could technically be above us as well. But I'm suspecting we're either like directly above or below it at this stage. So very large in this direction as well. I'm guessing it's below us and just slightly off right. Okay. Both those directions show very large. I'm going to assume it's below us. There you are. Okay. No, no. No. No, no, no. And no. We got a very large vein, so that should be pretty good. An ironic discovery. You use the walls to mark the spot of the iron? No, I'm not using it to mark the spot. Our sanity is getting really bad down here, and we're pretty deep, so the enemies that'll spawn down here will be pretty rough. So just in case we get dangerous stuff spawning behind me, I want a chance to be able to try and get away. Because the camera's starting to do freaky things. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 200 biddies. I really do appreciate that. Means a whole lot. It's fine. We're just screaming into the ether because our sanity is collapsing. So we're not actually taking damage, I don't think. Oh, no, we are taking damage. Alright, we need to go. I overstayed my welcome. We're in really big trouble. Okay. It's fine. All right, so we just need. Let's head home. Because they're no longer taking damage. And great and safe out here? Yeah, no, it's just because our sanity got super terrible. We are recovering sanity now, it's just I let it properly bottom out. Now, we did grab about 1,000 units worth of iron. So it wasn't a bad go. The big thing is I still have a lot more iron down there, so that was a major win. By now, we should be... Am I able to see? No, it's got to be a trader, right? Yeah, it's a trader. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like that area we were down there with the iron is really negatively hitting our sanity. That's 50 ingots. I think that's actually about 9.5 ingots. No, we're good. It's that island right there, because I've marked where the iron is, and that was literally the first place I was going to check for iron. We found it, which is why I targeted that spot, is we had done all that surveying, or like, okay, this area has a decent chance for iron. Yeah, no, generally speaking, iron nodes are usually pretty good. They're pretty hard to find most of the time, but like I said, I did a bunch of surveying beforehand, so we kind of already did the searching step for it. But yeah, no, I'm definitely finding that rope ladder strategy to be way better. And I've generally found when you get some of those deeper veins, they can be pretty outrageously large. We did get some bauxite, which is good because we can do crushed bauxite, which is needed for the refractory brick. So that'll be good later. So it's actually very convenient that our iron is in that same area, because then we can just make that into kind of a quarry. Ooh, it's below freezing outside in game. Starting to see it get a little bit not snowy, but getting a little frosty on the trees. And we had a bear running around here for a long time, and I haven't seen it in a long time. And I didn't murder it yet, and that worries me. Because it's literally just up the shoreline from my home. Because that's home right there. So many trees. Yeah, the camera's still twitching around a little bit because, while our sanity is recovering, we're still not doing great on our sanity. We definitely pushed the character pretty hard. But I wanted my iron. I wasn't walking away without it. Let's actually move the boat. Let's not put it where I've been putting it. Because I do think that's where my smithy's going. Okay. Drop off all the stone for now. Have to do stuff with that later. We can pop over to you. Drop you in there and you. Drop the bushes in there and the seeds. Mostly because it's during the winter that food becomes very hard to deal with. And a lot of those critters actually make pretty good food sources later. So I do intend on murdering all of them. But, you know, I'm buying my time. I'm waiting till it's the better time for me to commit mass murder of animals.
Who's the husband who's cute and sweet and nice?
I don't know.
You?
I don't know.
Is it you?
I feel like I'm not the one who gets to judge that.
Yeah, you're humble too.
I love you.
I love you too. Are you heading to bed? This was having a really good zomboid run. Stocked up a crap ton of ammo for the second helicopter. 500 rounds, 9mm, 300 rounds, shotgun shells, 100 some odd round, 38 special, and took a dead center Rosewood. You died fighting the helicopter to corpse sickness because you forgot that was a mechanic. Yeah. Yeah. I've had... I don't think I've died to corpse sickness, but I've definitely... Well, no, I probably have. I've definitely had my situation got dire because of corpse sickness, which then got me killed. It's kind of like, I've never died from starvation on a character, but I have had the starvation escalate things, so I get kind of reckless, which in turn then caused me to get killed. Yeah, so some of the crops are starting to get the warning that they're getting cold enough that their growth is stunted. But they will actually mark them as freezing to death. Yes, we're about to be done with the last crops we're going to get. Yes, like this. Growth stunted due to cold will only yield 15% produce. Or 50% produce. And eventually, instead of saying stunted, they'll just straight up die. Bless you. Bless you. Bless me. Sorry about that. Brain was like a little ahead of what's going on. Alright, so a bunch more green. We got all that. We got even more fabric. Well, even more thread for making fabric. Okay, so what we're going to do here is give me the low fertility soil. All of it. Give me the rammed earth. Okay. Alright, because it is time for an expansion. Okay, we finished another bucket of berry juice. And this is the whole reason I was like, let's not park the boat over here. This is becoming our blacksmithy's area. Okay. This price didn't start on iron? Oh no, I'm going to be getting the iron. I need a place to put the bloomeries. So for the moment, I'm just trying to chuck down some budget flooring. With the intent of getting a lot more done here. Alright. And there's my fire clay bricks that I made earlier. Okay. So the fire clay bricks to make a bloomery. Okay, so I could make 2 bloomeries with the bricks I've got. And to make more... Oh, I have more rammed earth. Okay. Alright, so I want to start moving this out here. I do think this is as wide as I'm going to be willing to make this for right now. And then we could fill the rest of this in with just soil. Okay. Actually, no, I don't need this row here. Okay. So needless to say, this is not done yet. We are going to be changing the shape of the roof and all that, yada yada. So that gets us started. Okay, so with that, we can start over here. Okay, now I need to grab the charcoal and break the iron. So grab you, smash, grab you, smash, put you back away. We need a stack of charcoal. All right, there's the first one. And I do not have enough hematite to do a second bloomery. Yep, so if you look at that, that's going to run for a while. And then we'll get the materials we want out of that. I'm going to go through a lot of those, which is going to be a pain point. That's very normal. Oh, we actually are getting in our pumpkin. I figured that crap was going to be dead. There's so many on the cusp of being grown. A bunch of these on the cusp of dying, too. Okay. We crafted. We haven't seen any bauxite on the surface of ours bauxite deserts or anything like that. So we just went and pulled up a bunch of red clay and just got to work. There we go. More carrots. How are you doing? You still got a bit more there. Okay. So where do we know where I can find red clay? Got red clay in the middle of the map there. Alright. We're going to need more red clay for the iron. I don't actually need the red clay first. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom. And I know I'm using the restroom a lot. I am drinking a lot of fluids. And, you know, that's just kind of how that works. You drink a lot of fluids, and the fluids have to go someplace. But I'm going to quickly do that. And then we're going to go back into the iron mines, because I noticed my sanity is fully recovered. And I do still have that other bloomery ready. So I'm not desperate for the new fire clay bricks. We'll need to do that very soon. But in the meantime, thanks so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple of minutes, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Okay. So. Right, so I need shovels. No. I don't need shovels. So I got the pickaxe. Yeah. Okay, so we can just take the boat and go back over. Because I got 2 things of food on me still. We got daytime. We're good to go. I parked my boat. I thought it was over here. Yeah, I'll probably make like a dedicated dock area or something here. Oh, did I put your... There you go. Yeah, because it can take something like 120 something iron fragments or whatever to do a bloomery, like per bloomery. Are you on an island? Yes, I am on an island. Yeah, most likely, once we do this next run for iron, there's a pretty good chance I will circle back. And we'll need to go and get the clay off of the middle of the island here. So that way I can make more of the fire clay for more bloomeries and all that. We're looking pretty good for getting our iron set up. We got that bloomery going. Another thing we'll probably want to do at some point is I'm going to need to go get slate. And so we can do that. You are slightly south of me, correct? Yeah. So, like, down this way. We'll want to go get slate for ceiling tiles, and we're going to get the blacksmithy fully enclosed. I do want to change the walls from being the ram dirt. The ram dirt looks fine. It kind of looks like a concrete wall. Or like a gray stucco, maybe. Something in that ballpark. It's not a particularly attractive... Why is my sanity going down? Like, it's going down very slowly. But I need that sanity to hold up for as long as possible. So that while I'm down here... Deep water? I don't think that hurts sanity. No, because we were gaining sanity when we came across before. I think it's whatever that, like, the ash blowing across. I think it's considered like a weather event. Because it's only current rift activity medium. That's also one thing I need to be better about keeping in mind. Even though we do have the rifts turned off because they're utterly obnoxious, the current rift activity does affect, you know, what, like how aggressive the spawns are underground. So if you go like very high rift activity to try and mine, you're just going to be in a war with the enemies the whole time. Yeah, sanity has a distribution too. Some places you lose at sea level, some places you gain at sea level. Gotcha. Yeah, remember there's places that are like particularly nasty towards your sanity, because I definitely went to one or two places that you could just see the gear start turning while you're just running around. You're just like, okay, hang on, what's the deal here? Alright, so we can pop down here. Okay, so we've maxed out our sanity again. So yeah, there's just like a spot in the middle there that's bad for our sanity, apparently. Don't build your house in a haunted place. Yep. And it would appear where the iron is a place that we lose sanity gradually at sea level. Okay. And look at that gear go! And eventually we'll start digging this area big enough that they'll spawn in here with me. Which is not the greatest. Okay. Gonna kind of open this up so I can hopefully see stuff as it tries to move around. Okay. The lower ceiling's really helpful. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The problem is there's ore in the ceiling. And I want it. Yeah, because this whole area I'm not finding unless I dig up. This mill spot, this vein, is higher up than the rest. Okay. Won't be too much longer before I've made this area large enough that the enemies could spawn in here with me. Okay, we've got some in the floor over here, meaning I'll need to go deeper there. Okay. Just continue to open up more and more and more. There's one full stack of iron already. There's so much in here. I'm really starting to get nervous that we're gonna start having stuff spawn in here. I don't really have a good solution of being like, okay, how am I arranging this so that I don't have to worry about stuff spawning in on top of me? Oh, I did not think that through. Okay, we can make this work. There. Hey, Andrew. How's it going? Is this a game like Minecraft? In the most broadest way of speaking, yes. But in the more realistic way, it is far more focused on being a challenging survival game with, like, significantly more depth to crafting and all that. So, like, yeah, it's voxel, but it really deviates from Minecraft pretty quickly after that point. It did start as a Minecraft mod, but, like, just staying fed is actually a considerable challenge. And to, you know, craft a pickaxe is a major milestone in the game, for example. So, like, Minecraft, you just punch a tree, within a couple minutes you got yourself a pickaxe. Genuinely speaking, if you are rushing it, you might be able to make a pickaxe happen in, you know, 4, 5, 6 hours. Like, it is a major milestone in getting in there. Realistically, it's probably going to be significantly longer than that. And it's not to say it's, like, grindy, tedious, or anything like that. It's just a very different progression that takes more time. But like you're seeing here, where I'm mining iron, you know, in Minecraft, if you're looking for an iron node, you just dig down, and you find iron. It's just there. Like, you'll just find it. This game, there's a lot more of, like, a scouting the area to see if iron has a availability of, you know, showing up here at all kind of thing. And then it takes a lot more to actually locate the iron. But when you find it, instead of getting, you know, your 5, 6, 7, 8 nodes, we've got this vein that I'm getting through, you know, over 100 chunks of iron to go through. So it's kind of more effort but more reward. Alright, our sanity's starting to really cave. I'm not gonna be able to stay much longer before things are gonna start getting dodgy. The room's also getting big enough that I might have to be worried about things spawning in the room with me soon. Alright, camera's starting to get a little wonky. That's my cue to go. Alright. Yeah, no, iron nodes are usually pretty good. A lot of effort to locate, but once you do, they're usually pretty generous. Oh, don't do that. That's not what I want at all. There we go. That's fine. We'll worry about drinking our cranberry juice when we get to the top. Drink our cranberry juice. Okay. But yeah, no, if you like it, so the way mining works in this, if you notice, if I show, yeah, I already have shown everything. You see like there's all these like different color pins all over the map. If I look, for example, native copper is one of the earlier materials you need. I've got all these pins, and it'll sit there and be like, okay, there's ultra high amounts of native copper here. There's very little up there, and then this area which I surveyed, there's nothing. If I mine here for copper, you're almost certainly not going to find. So there's a little bit of fudgery because of just how the game works with native copper specifically. But literally, I could mine forever there and never find it because it's not there. So you actually go around and you kind of like survey the area and you go, okay, what's in this broad area? And then once you do that, you kind of have to dig into the ground and find the vein. And so it is a thing, like, again, it's a lot more work, a lot more exploration, a lot more of that. But then, you know, like you saw with down there, is I found the iron. I'm sitting at 124 chunks in there. So that's about 31,000, sorry, that's about 3,100 units, so give or take about 32 iron ingots I've already got there, and there's still that much more in there. So you get the idea. The other big thing that's different is crafting, like, you don't just make a knife, for example. You actually get out, like, one piece of flint you put on the ground, you take another piece of flint, you kind of chip away at the first piece of flint to make it vaguely knife-shaped, and then you can, you know, put a handle on it, and so you actually have to, like, nap your stone into knives and all that. Which is part of why the pickaxe is such a delayed, like a later thing. You go through a bunch of tools that you nap first, but like the pickaxe isn't one of them. So you have to like pick up stuff off the surface you can't truly mine yet. There's also like working with clay to make a bunch of molds and all that. So like your first pickaxe, you'll melt down copper and then pour it into a clay mold. So, you know, then you get your pickaxe out of the mold. And so you get the idea. You've got a couple layers of tech to do before blacksmithing. Yep. Napping, smithing, clay forming are three different voxel-based minigames. Yep. Normally your worlds won't have as much water as mine. This one we have turned up the amount of water on the surface to 50% of the surface is water. The game does have oceans now, by default. But most of your world will be, you know, land with, you know, like a bunch of lakes and ponds, and then like maybe just a big ocean in one spot, that kind of thing. Whereas because I've turned the water so much up, if we look at our map, it's like mostly ocean up here, and then we do have kind of a continent down to the south of us. But yeah, I'd like to give you an idea with leather working. It's not you just kill an animal, you get your leather, you make your armor. You kill an animal, you get your leather, you put your leather in lime water, which is lime and water, and you use that to make a soaked leather, so it doesn't just rot on you. And then you scrape the leather with a knife to make, you know, your scraped leather. And you take your scraped leather, and then you put that in with tannin to start taking the tannin to make it into, like, you know, like your lightly processed leather, and you can do a second round with like heavy tannin, which then can make like hardened leather and all that. There's a whole big thing with all of it. And again, it doesn't come across as tedious, at least not to me, because like while there's a lot more steps, you're actively doing things, and while there is repetition, there's variety in the repetition. So it's not like some games are like, oh, I'm short on insert name of material, and then you just sit there and like just grind the one material endlessly, you know, till you get your 1,000 units or whatever. Usually you'll do a little bit of this here and then a little bit of that there, and then you'll go back to a little bit of this here. And the lime and the lime water require a kern, which requires you to be able to mine. Yep. So I'll go ahead and sit you down here. Put our ore in the storage on the raft. Okay, anything else here ready for pulling? Yeah, so a lot of this is starting to take damage because it's getting too cold, which is fine. When they wither, I believe we'll get our seeds back. It's not like I don't have enough spares. And some of it's barely managing to succeed still. Alright. Really too many games, mostly mods really, that try to use complex things. It's just normal, make lower power, but 15 intermediate steps. Yeah, and that's actually one of my big complaints with Product Zomboid, is with our, where they've expanded the crafting. If you really boil down to all it is, it's just a bunch of, you know, just a bunch of, bars above your head filling up again and again and again. It's pretty unsatisfying crafting. Like, it was fine when we only had a couple of steps to do, but now, with, like, all the more advanced stuff we've got going on, it does just end up being a thing where you just kind of, okay, time to, you know, nap my whatever, and then just the bars slowly fill. Alright, so we can put those in our cellar. Let's grab our hammer. Well, I was worried I was going to do a lot more damage to that hammer. Okay. Oh, let's grab some charcoal while we're down here. Hey, Warren! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. What were we playing tonight and all that good stuff? Let me go ahead and just really quickly toss in our iron. Playing some Product Zomboid. I hope your Product Zomboid went well, and that there was no no bitey hugs and all that stuff. Multiplayer servers popping off. Nice. So we got that taken care of. So this one is done. So we got to break the bloomery. All right. But yeah, for those who don't know, Warren, absolutely fantastic content creator. Been playing some Product Zomboid lately, but also plays a range of other games, including a lot of RimWorld and all that kind of good stuff. So if you like RimWorld, if you like Product Zomboid, if you like all that kind of stuff, you can find that over there. So let's see. Do I have enough of these? Make another one? No, I'm one brick short. So I'll drop all the rest of the iron in there. You don't have Product Zomboid emotes? It's true. But yeah, so I'm playing some Vintage Story today. For those who are not familiar with Vintage Story, it looks like Minecraft. It's not Minecraft. It's actually a pretty unforgiving survival game. No problem, Warren. You have a good one, and I hope your Christmas went well and all that good stuff. Alright, so we can drop all you off in here. Grab our hammer, grab our tongs, put our light away for right now. Put our tongs here. And light that up. Okay. So yeah, like, we're making iron right now. And to give you an idea, it's not like Minecraft where you just kind of shove some coal and iron in a smelter and poof, iron. Instead, what I had to do is I had to put a little bit of time in here that I put a bunch of iron ore into a bloomery here with a bunch of nuggets. It has to cook for a very long time, and that gives us an iron bloom. So instead of like a full-on ingot, it's this thing. And so an iron bloom is a chunk of iron that's got a bunch of like charcoal and crap on it. And so we then take that iron bloom, we get it up to temperature. I'll deal with that in a minute, get the next one warming. And I'm actually using a mod that allows me to kind of just speed through the not speed through, not have to do all the micro the mini game, because the mini games in this are really fun, but after you've done it a couple hundred times, you're like, you know what? So what would end up happening here is I would need to cut off all the little pieces of charcoal off of it, and then shape it into a bar. And that's how I get an iron ingot out of this. And this is more the way you used to do iron back in the day. And later on, you can actually automate some of this stuff. But once I'm not trying to do all this, I will, I could show you, like, the mini game done without using this mod called Napster. Okay, and that is our first iron ingot. Put that one there, get the next one ready. But what we're going to want to do is start making iron tools. It's a mod where you're the Hellhammer, basically. Yeah, later on you can make what's called a Hellhammer. And you can hook it up to a windmill, and you just put an anvil underneath it, just kind of keep smacking it. So you can take these iron blooms, heat them up, put them under the Hellhammer, and just let the Hellhammer just smack away at it. To do this for you. You can also make them make metal plates. But it's a very fun game. It's very solid. But there's a lot more depth to the crafting. As you can imagine, this is making an iron ingot, so it's not even making my end product. It's making my material. And I have to have tongs to pick up the things because they're, you know, thousands of degrees Celsius, so, you know, not too good to pick up. As I mentioned, survival takes a lot of work that it's not like Minecraft where it's like, I gotta eat once in a while. It's fine. Even the Minecraft survival mode is relatively tame. This one, there's certainly a point where you're like, where's my next meal coming from? I'm desperate. Where are the berries? Where are the mushrooms? And then there's extremely dangerous poisonous mushrooms and all that. There's bears. The animals in this game aren't like Minecraft where, you know, you get a zombie, you're like, ah, it's a cute little zombie. Who cares? I mean, the drifters are kind of like that. But when you see a bear or a wolf, they're genuinely dangerous. That you have to, like, really, really be ready to move and hitting at the same time to give yourself some breathing room just to survive. And then it's also very rewarding because you get their hides and you do all sorts of stuff with that. Okay. And I'm trying to get through all those. If hardcore Minecraft wasn't about vanity, I mean, hardcore, as in your character dies and it's over, permadeath, then, I mean, that still applies. Yeah, hopefully that charcoal holds up for me to get these last two blooms out. I think it's going to run out. If it does, I'll just chuck this one on there, and then the next round we'll do that. But then I gotta decide what I'm doing with the iron. Because tools and anvils and stuff like that would be first. I mean, the anvil we probably wait until we're ready for steel. Because I can use a bronze anvil to make steel tool or iron tools, but I only need an iron anvil if I'm going to be making making steel stuff. Okay. But yeah, so it is a thing that very quickly you end up wanting the Helve Hammer because, as you could imagine, having to do this every time you want a pickaxe made out of iron, it would get tiresome fast. It'd also be very inefficient because you'll be slowly wearing out your smithing hammer again and again. Versus a Helve Hammer, I don't believe has a durability. It can run forever. But it requires a windmill and the mechanics to make a windmill work. Okay. Yeah, no, definitely between the two games, this is the harder of the two games, between Minecraft and this. I don't think anyone's arguing otherwise. Alright, so I think the first thing we need to make is I am going to need to make an iron hammer. Because we are very quickly wearing out our bronze hammer. We also want to make like an iron pickaxe and all the other like stuff. Probably get stuff for an iron, like for a pulverizer. The pulverizer isn't going to do a whole lot of good till we get a windmill going. And I do have a lot of fat and a lot of resin to work on that. But we'll see. You told them about temporal storms and all that? No, so there are temporal storms which cause, like, everything to get weird and enemies to spawn very aggressively. So it's kind of like a blood moon in other games. And then the rifts are just places nearby that enemies spawn. Alright, so we got our 6 ingots here. So that's good news. So we can make like pulverized pounder caps and all that. We can also work on those, but that's 10 ingots to get the anvil. What is your temperature? I'm gonna try and work on it while they're still hot. Once they cool off enough, I'll have to reheat them. We're making a pickaxe real fast. And then we need a hammer. I'm not running hardly any mods. Nothing that really changes gameplay. Prospector's pick. Won't be much longer before this cools off too much for me to work it. Okay, so let's see what else we can make. So we can make the pounder cap, which is what we need for a pulverizer. The pulverizer requires 2 pounders and 2 pounder caps. There's the pounder caps. So we are going to want those. I've already got my pick. I've already got my prospector's pick. We've got our hammer. Let's make the pounder caps, because that should be able to do literally everything we need in the game there. So, pounder cap. Pounder cap, because we need 2. Any moment my bronze hammer will break. Okay, I don't need those. We're fine in there. We're fine with all that. The iron rod. The iron rod gets used in the fruit press, which we already have. An iron grated trap door, refractory kiln and all that, which I don't care about, so we'll go back from there. We're good there. Iron plate is needed for a bunch of armor and all that, and the sturdy bags and whatnot. I don't really need any of that. The Archimedes and all that. We could use bronze for a lot of that, so I'm not too worried about it. The window door and all that, we probably will want it. Yeah, so we're not going to worry about the iron plate yet. The nails and screws and all that used to make a bunch of different things. The Hellhammer head can be something we'll do later. The hatch door will be something we'll need later. Right, because we need that for the coke oven and all that, but that's not... We're not quite to the point of that. An iron chain is basically used for armor. Iron boss is used for shield. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And the iron short sword head, I can't use that. I still haven't made my phalanx. I should probably be doing that for fighting the enemies and not have it be terrible. Yeah, so I think at this point I'd be making myself another weapon or another piece of equipment or the phalanx. So I think I'm going to go ahead and make the phalanx as the last thing I'm going to be able to do before this is... Phalanx, where are you hiding? So basically we're getting ourselves pretty much a set of iron tools. We don't have the shovel or the hoe or anything like that, but those really don't need a lot of that stuff. Okay, now's our first batch of iron. Now I have an actual weapon to fight with. We've got the Prospector's Pick. The hammer. Got the pounder caps. So that when I go to make the pounder will be good. Or pulverize or whatever. There's a nicer pickaxe. Okay, we finished all the juice we had made. Can put you back up there. Okay, so that's good news. And we already got a bloomery over here making myself more. I wasn't expecting to see any actually ripe. The season's pretty much done. Do one last pass, check for any of that, any of that made it this far. Don't pick a fight if you can't finish it. Okay. We'll need to make a new knife. I just heard it making its attack sound. Would you? Okay. Is it a high activity? No, it's only medium. They're just being trolls. Okay, so we grab what we could there. We just got trace amounts of those. I do have enough of the white currant to be able to make a little bit of juice. All right. Which I've got a ton of wine in the basement. But all my barrels are full, so we're just drinking this as juice now because I got nowhere to put it. And we can go here. We got all the mash. We probably have that up there as ready. For more leather. Got a pumpkin. Go ahead and make you into seeds. So there's our soaked leather. Seal that in to make that soaked leather. I need to make a knife. Okay. Hey, Smoker Silver, how's it going? So for the knife, we can go over here. Get that sorted real quick. Got the right tool. We took our soaked leather and then we scraped it to make it to scrape leather. That means it no longer goes bad. Don't have to worry about just rotting if I just toss it into a container or something. Okay. Drop the seeds off. Drop the leather off. Drop the fabric off. Are you liking Vintage Story? Oh, I'm liking it a lot. I've done a full playthrough of Vintage Story on the channel before. It was a couple big updates ago. But I very much have been enjoying Vintage Story. Chuck those in my inventory for now. Alright, so we've got all that. Okay, that was random. Yep, it was saying, basically, otters are jerks. Don't be fooled. Pretty much what they said. Let's see here. Gonna need to grab more flint. We'll grab the shovel. And then we could grab those arrows in there, take that off the bar. And that's all axes. Okay, so what we're doing now is we do know that we've got some clay down kind of center bottom of the island. So we're heading over towards the clay. Okay. And I keep hoping that I find bees. And we just aren't. In the meantime, I want all this clay. Because need it for a whole lot of things. Apparently it goes deeper than that. Oh, you go real deep. Okay, that's fine. The hope here had been that I could, get to the bottom of this really quickly. So I could, like, plug up the water so it wasn't pushing me around. Still do, but it's gonna take a minute. There we go. Make yourselves another shovel real quick. Good job, no one else. Hope you had an amazing holiday. Yeah, no, my holiday was good. I have no complaints. This might fall in. Or not. Okay, so I'm basically trying to, like, figure out the edge here. So I can kind of, like, work my way in front. Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna be pretty good shape with the clay front. Because I mostly need this for making fire clay. We can keep making our bloomeries and all that kind of nonsense. All right. If we can get to following along this edge, you can probably clear it all out. It's a weird spot popping off the side here. Okay, so... Okay. It's just this, like, weirdly all over the place. Red clay vein. What is with this vein of clay? Okay, well, you're almost out of stuff here. Yeah, on the bright side, like, this clay here is just going on for days. I definitely am going to run into problems using this all. Yeah, this clay is like, I will not conform. I will take what shape and pattern I so choose. You can take it or leave it. What are you currently working towards? We have iron going, and I need to get more fire clay, which I can make out of this, and I've got some calcinated flint. So I just need to get a bunch of clay for that. So I'm basically just grabbing a whole bunch of this red clay till my inventory is practically full. And then with that, we can keep getting our iron equipment. And with our iron equipment, we should be able to turn around and get a bunch of stuff done. Because with iron, I honestly feel like no real problem with, like, making iron knives and making iron this and that. Because usually when you find it, you find it in copious amounts where it's the labor that's more the thing. Unfortunately, I'm out of flint because I did calcinate a whole bunch of flint for the purposes of making the iron. But I didn't leave myself enough left over for just random tools. I gotta go collect a bunch. Which is fine, I can just walk around and pick it up off the ground. Okay. On the plus side, I'm still gonna have a lot more clay here. We have not remotely tapped this thing out before my inventory stops being able to handle it. This thing, each one of these is about 4 units? Or 6? Okay, it officially makes us full. Come on, give me happy buzz buzz noises. Oh yeah, now I'm gonna need a bunch. It's one of those things you end up needing tons of it over time. Gotcha. Will you take it easy, Harry? I hope you get some sleep and all that good stuff. Able to relax, not have to deal with so many guests. Alright. Gonna need to do something about that pit at some point. Alright, so what we're gonna go ahead and do is we got all this. Gonna drop off that dirt. Actually, I could do this with the dirt. Okay, that bloomery just finished, so I gotta break it to get the iron blooms out of it. And with that, I can wait just a minute before I do anything, because my inventory is full. Let's see here. Just a minute, I'll toss the iron blooms in there. And carry a bunch of this upstairs. And that's good to see that the reeds are ready for harvest. Okay, so that'll give me the top for the next one. And then with that, I will need to grab the iron and some charcoal. Let's see. So iron should be up here. So iron. Drop the rest of this in real fast. And some charcoal. Because I want to keep these going pretty steadily for a while. Okay. Alright, that'll be more iron blooms being made. We can drop in here. Drop off the iron up here. Okay, so we have all of that. So pretty much what I'm doing here is I'm going to be converting a bunch of this from red clay into fire clay. And then with that, make a full stack of bricks. And then those bricks will need to be processed. So I'm going to need a bunch of grass, a bunch of sticks. I can deal with firewood in a minute. Okay. That's so we can handle it one go. At some point I need to make a run and get all the peat sorted. Because then I can use that and it'll work better than this stuff. So basically we got pit kilns, we toss our clay stuff in there, we cover it up with grass and then sticks, and then we run over here and grab some firewood. And cover it up with that, then light it on fire, and it takes a while to just smolder, and it makes those into bricks as opposed to just lumps of clay that are really square-shaped. Okay, and light them on fire. Alright, so that should give me 48 fire clay bricks. So that'll be a lot of iron for us, because we do get some of the bricks back each time we break stuff, but not all of them. Cool. Grab the clay bricks and drop them in here. That's all fine. Pop down here and drop you two in there. Got more iron to drop in there, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to need more flint. That's something I'm going to need for just basic tools. We're going to start needing to deal with cooking some of the food that we've been using down there. Yeah, so you're gonna die soon. Okay. Getting our very last crops up before everything dies. Okay, so remember correctly, yeah, so cold resistance until minus 10C. When it gets to minus 10C, that just straight up dies, but some of them it's lower, so minus 1C, minus 10C, minus 5C. So if they get too cold or too hot, the crops die. I'm desperately trying to get as much as I can out of this before the season's over, because then we just gotta ride out the winter after that. Alright, last couple over here. And all the pumpkins are withering, that's fine. Alright. Okay, drop all your seeds off there. Drop even more of that off there. How many pumpkins did we get? 6. Because I converted them all into seeds immediately because I figured I wasn't going to get much use out of the pumpkins themselves this year. So it'd be better I just have them produce as many seeds as I can for next year. Okay, so we got all the veggies going there. That'll be fine. We got those bronze bars. Okay, so let's try and get to work on... Oh, let's get the reeds while we can. Okay. Okay. So we're getting all that sorted. That's good news. Drop the reeds and the grass in there. Cool. Alright. So if I was to try and get the windmill, mechanical power, yeah, I don't care about that. So we'd need the windmill rotor. So that's fat, a type of wood, chisel, and all that. We'd need axles and gears, and we'd need sails. So for a sail, I need 4 fabric and a bunch of sticks. I am sitting on copious amounts of this stuff. That does not make nearly... Oh, there's... Okay, I've got a full stack. Okay, that makes me feel better. I was about to be like, I should have way more than that. Okay, so I've got 2 full stacks of that. Okay, so I got 20. Right. So I can make sails with this, which is 4. 4 and then a crap ton of sticks. It looks like I'm getting low on sticks. I'll deal with that in a minute. I should have looked. Okay, well I made more of those than I should have. That's fine. I'll only probably regret that. Okay, so I've got a ton of sails. So at least we know we got that squared away. Sails for the boat as well? Yeah, we'll need those for the boat as well. Right now I want to try and get a windmill online. Okay. So, for that we're going to need, for mechanical power, we're going to need the windmill rotor. So I need 2 wood, a fat, and a resin. Let's go ahead and grab all the resin and all the fat. And that's oak. We don't want to use the oak. So we go need to chop down some trees. Oh, let's be smart. I just mentioned I need more sticks. Pop over here and grab our shears. Go get ourselves some more sticks. While we're doing all this stuff. It's got its things that still make night dangerous, but it's not like Minecraft where night just means all the enemies come out. It's got a little bit more to it than that. By and large, the danger of night is like your inability to see stuff and that kind of thing. So like, things like wolves and all that could be way more dangerous because they just sneak up on you. But yeah, now it's not the classic you go out at night and suddenly you're in for a fight. But things do tend to spawn more aggressively at night. But honestly, as long as you're not by a bunch of caves and all that, you tend not to have too much problems. Alright. So right now what I'm doing is I'm running around just... We're trying to get a bunch of wood so we can start working on making mechanical power. Because then I can get it where I can get my windmill going and we can get a get it hooked up to a kern and everything. Get some helve hammers. Have that start working on actually doing all of the iron bloom so I'm not having to sit there and bang on them myself. Okay. This will also be good because then what we don't need for all this stuff I can make firewood out of. So that we have that going for when we need more charcoal. Because unfortunately, as these processes get more and more involved and more steps involving heating and all that, we will start to reach a point that I just go through a lot of charcoal. There's so many games that's like, you know, when do I have enough? Insert name a thing. You don't. That's just not how this game works. You never have enough. And so charcoal and firewood is this game, is you just constantly end up needing more and more of it. Okay. But yeah, no, the bigger thing you worry about is where you have, like, the rifts, you worry about the, I forget what they're called, the storms. Oh, I need to be down there. The storms that come in that drop in all the enemies. And then there's some place on the map, you'll see that gear kind of in the middle there. That gear, there's some place where you start seeing it turn to the left. That basically means my sanity is lowering. That there's just places on the map that you slowly start losing your sanity, which, you know, basically makes the enemies spawn very aggressively and decently strength version ones of them. Instead of being just surface, which is the weakest ones, they'll be like corrupt. Okay. Sanity is technically temporal stability, but same deal. Yeah, no, they got a name for it. Oh, so I'm apparently getting cold enough that we're starting to lose body heat. So I'm gonna have to go in where it's not as cold, or we're gonna start dying of hypothermia. I haven't done the best about keeping our keeping warm clothing and all that going. Oh, don't do that. I want that to be planted. Okay. Deal with that later. Much farther down than I thought. Okay, so we need to get inside because body temperature's starting to crash just way too much. Oh, I want to deal with the acorns on me. Let's get rid of those real quick. Okay. So we got plenty of stuff for making things. Where do these give me heat? Yeah, they do. Alright, so while we're doing that, so we use this primarily for mechanical things. We need the windmill rotor, so I need the chisel and the hammer. Let's give our character a second to warm up real quick. Yeah, no, the thing I have here is this has C, and then my mod has F. Okay, so we're all warmed up. Let's go down here real fast and drop the levers off. We need the hammer and the chisel. Alright, so first up we need the windmill rotor. So I need 1, 2, a fat, a resin, hammer, chisel. Was it 2 resin? 2 fat? Maybe I can't make it out of pine? It might also be that there's not enough durability left in the hammer. So you, fat, resin, pine log, maple log, so it's none of those. Okay, so it's not enough durability left in the hammer. Alright, so we got our windmill rotor. So now the next thing is, I believe I need an angled gear. I'm also going to need the saw, which is upstairs. So, angled gear. I'm also going to need some... I have sticks on me. So we can go down to mechanical power. So let's see, we got the windmill rotor, we got sails. I'm going to need some gears. So I can go here. So I need you there. Fat. Where's my resin? There's my resin. Grab you. Sticks. Chisel. Hammer. Oh, hammer. And saw. So I believe I'm going to need at least 2 of those. There we go. The next thing we're going to need is we're going to need some wooden axles. We also need something for it to do. Yeah, the wooden axle is just some more fat. That's where we're going to run into problem, is just needing a lot of animal fat. Okay, so it needs some axles and all that. They're the pulverizer toggle. Okay. Let's work on making the pulverizer. So pulverizer pounder. I believe I need 2 of those. Then go like this, this, and you. 1, 2. They do not stack, because that would be convenient, and we can't have that. So the question, though, is... where do I actually want to put my windmill? I could, in theory, put the mechanics on this side of the space and use it over here. Because then, you know, I can have it sitting down here doing the helve hammers and the kern and all that. We would want to keep it far enough away from all of that, though, and that makes me leery. Does the game have multiplayer? Yes, it does. Yeah, we played multiplayer with Ultrasaurus pretty recently. Let's wait on that. Okay. So mechanical power. Gonna need some axles. So grab you, the chisel. We got 4 axles so far. Pulverizer frame. That's a lot of wood all around and a good piece of stone. Then enough room? No idea. We're still figuring all that out real quick. Put the gears. Pulverizer piece down here, the gears down here. Pulverizer. You. I will hold on to the axles for a minute. Alright. Nothing more to drink out of that. Go ahead and eat some berries real quick. And let's check for planks and see if enough for a pulverizer frame. That's probably enough. And then I need a stone that's going to be solid enough for... And unfortunately, I did polish that. If I hadn't polished it, it'd probably be fine. Let's see what happens with the... So, pulverizer frame. You can do peridotite. And I'm assuming you can't do polished versions. Okay. I see. We could resolve this real quick. This is peridotite right here. So all we do is we walk up to one of these sides and go... That piece up top there. It's coming out as one solid unit. There we go. So we got our peridotite. Grab our saw. There's our pulverizer frame. Okay, so the thing I've got to decide is where I'm doing all this. Because that's the problem I've got right now. Because this ends up being a pretty substantial setup. And so on one hand, like I was saying, I could put it over here on, like, sticking out of one of these sides of the room. And then set up all the machination. At which point we'd probably just move the pit kilns anyways. Now I can move all this stuff. Okay. Let's go grab the pounder and the pounder caps. Pounders 1 and 2. There's the caps. All right. We need a pulverizer toggle. So it's an axle and a metal plate of at least bronze quality. Alright, well, I've got the axles on hand. Now let's drop off one of those stacks of sticks. I don't need 2 stacks of sticks on me. There you go. Definitely need to do a lot more with these logs. We'll wait till we're farther along. It's fine. Alright. So what we'll need to do here is grab you. Grab that hammer. While I wait for that to do, we'll get the other iron blooms out. Okay, let's see. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so once those get up to heat, we're going to go ahead and make a bronze plate real quick. And with the bronze plate, we can then run in there and make the toggle. And then that's everything I need for the pulverizer itself. After that, we would need to be able to hook up the gearing and then make a windmill. There we go. And that got rid of our bronze hammer. Hey, Italics, how's it going? I hope you had a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? I believe was also playing some Vintage Story today. But definitely good times over there. Been doing some, I believe you're doing permadeath, if I remember correctly. Vintage Story. No map, that kind of thing. But welcome in, Raiders. And thank you so much for the 3-stream streak. I don't know how you want me to pronounce that, like Ukuo? But welcome in, Raiders. They're still in the pottery age, very technologically advanced. Gotcha. So yeah, go ahead and check out Italics. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Good times over there. Plays a bunch of games like RimWorld, Product Zomboid. Actually, wait. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I've seen you play Product Zomboid. I always second guess like everything because everything blurs. So I need the pulverizer. Okay, so that is you. And axle here somewhere. Chisel and hammer. Wait, quickly find that. Okay. So you... Why is my brain like this? So chisel on the left. But yeah, definitely think. But you're hoping surviving is going well. Looks like you got a great setup here. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Alright. I remember what I got wrong. It's... There. Got my toggle. Not being able to remember something you looked at is a prereq for being a streamer. Yes. Pretty much constant state of existence. Alright, put that up on the wall. But yeah, so we're trying to get our windmill set up because we just got iron going. So there's the toggle. And then I believe from here I would need my gearing. Which you'd want to do like little gear, big gear, all that stuff later. Right now, step 1, make work. Step 2, make work not like garbage. We're on step 1. That's right. I'm trying to remember. It's been a hot minute since I've done this. That moves it centered. What I'm trying to do real quick is shift that up. I am going to need more axles, though. Grab more sails. We'll grab sails at all, I guess. Not more of them. But yeah. But no, that's going good, because I am not doing permadeath. We've been having a good time with what we got. You need to aim for the top of the wireframe. Ah! Things that you wouldn't possibly figure out the little bit of figuring out with the other stuff. Alright, so let's grab you. So we need to grab you and go wood, chisel, hammer, bat, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to get this pretty high up in the air to do the best we can. And we're about to discover that our shins do not deserve their continued existence. What would be the best way for me to do this? Let's grab a box. Okay. Then from here we shift over. Might be attached to axles. So I know what I want to do. I probably have to go over here. Ow. Let's just get this going. Cannot place it on the ladder. Oh, and that's not gonna let me go up, is it? I need a rigid ladder. That's fine. Last time I did this, I used a wood ladder the whole way up. My thought is... can only be attached to axles. Is that not an axle, my friend? Okay. So let's go and deal this where it's not utter madness. Pick a couple of these so I can get up as high as I need to. Can't seem to get to the other side, that's fine. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because basically what I'm just trying to do is stick that thing way up in the sky. That's not exactly what I meant, but that's fine. Try to chop the last axle and then cap with the gear. What I'm trying to do is I would like to... I was hoping to get my camera angle over to this side. So I could try putting it here. That feels like it's facing the wrong way. Wouldn't be so bad if I had like regular old stuff. The problem is you give your most you're giving mostly right now is the vertical axle extends above the rotor. Yeah, I need to get high enough that I can actually work on this correctly. I used almost all my dirt for making the packed dirt for this. So I'm just going to take a bunch of this. We can get all the way up there to where I can stand on it. And then while I'm up there, we can see about trying to move things around a little bit. Because all this is a box that's going to eventually be my enclosed blacksmith. But I want to get this set up so I can get some like hell hammers and all that kind of stuff going on. As I'm doing my iron blooms, I'm not driving myself to madness. Oh, come on. It's fine. I've got rope ladder. So what I want to do I'll be attached to axles. So if I turn you around, so it faces the other way, that might help. Okay, let's lower it by 1. And see if I just have to have an axle sticking off the side. Because I've set up one of these before, and there's always just like this minute being like, okay, where's the piece I'm missing? Well, crap. Oh, I want the axle there. Not that direction, though. So what I want to do is I want to make it horizontal. I just get the wrench where I can rotate stuff. So I can do to probably fix this. Grab one more of these. Oh, I already had plenty. I can run up here. Put it there. We winning? We are attempting mechanical power and figuring it out. How's it going, Ultra? Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I highly recommend checking out. Recently played Vintage Story for the very first time. Okay, what do I got going on wrong here? Does he got a proper home here? I do. It's coming along pretty well. I'm trying to make a windmill. Alright, well, we're close to getting what we need. You need to account for the gear taking a full block of space. Yeah, but there's nothing connecting it there. Because I know I did the giant gear one time before, but I didn't need it for the other stuff. Well, if my axle's too tall, we could solve this. I actually don't need to do it that way. Let's go back down here. Grab you. Okay, so check out Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of like simulation games and all that good stuff. A lot of fun over there. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Alright, let's try this again. There we go, finally. So now with that... Heck yeah, here, now we've got what we need going here. But yeah, no, absolutely, friend of the channel and all that. And we have bare minimum mechanical power. And now I can go in here and go give more. 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 And I believe 4 might be the max I can put on there. I'm gonna try and add 5. Because it's gonna be a while till I can make a sailboat. Look at that windmill hustle. Nope, you can go up to 5. Alright, so let's clean up our mess. Okay, so we got more rammed earth. But yeah, so by doing the mechanical power, now when it comes to things that need to be pulverized, I just shove them in the machine and they go squish. And I don't have to do anything myself. And then we can get to the kern, so stuff I need to grind up, same deal. Why do the work when I can just shove it in the machine and let the machine do its job? Alright, so we've got this going on here. I'm going to need firewood. So let's grab all of this wood here for right now. We keep the oak for making tannin. I don't have enough flint for another axe. Okay. So that broke that. Now let's grab our saw, put it up on the wall, grab our chisel, put it over there, the hammer, over here. We got our wood, we got our fire clay. We got more fire clay being made right now. Oh, never mind, it is done. Okay, so keep making our iron blooms. Okay, we don't need more resin. What we do need to do is go down below and get some food before we starve to death. Go ahead and finish off those blueberries. Since we're about to hit winter and a lot of that food's going to be going away. So we've got all our wine made here. So that should last us a good while. Got a ton of veggies. Bread oven? We definitely should probably make a bread oven. Oh, I have more fire clay brick. Yeah, it's fine. Before we get too far, grab the charcoal. Oh, not those. Grab the charcoal. You'll definitely want to get a bread oven and all that sorted out. Let's go into here and grab the iron I've got sitting around. And fill up our bloomeries. And I want to get my kern hooked up to this as well, which is going to take a little finagling. Because then I can do stuff like just chuck lime in it and walk away. Actually. So last one I didn't have enough iron to get going. But we'll light up these two. Blood Zero has iron? Oh, thank you. That's the reason I was confused, is like, I'm pretty sure I had enough iron. Okay, so I got 3 bloomeries going. That'll be good. That'll be a bunch of iron. You can pop down here, drop the charcoal in there. We'll want to pop up here. And let's see. We can drop the resonant back in here. I guess I'm gonna start putting the wood in there instead. Grab the oak out. I'm gonna need that for the tannin. We've got a bunch of firewood. So I can grab all that firewood. That's not really where I wanted it. Grab our lantern. Okay. I'm just mining the bottom of this a bit farther. This is nowhere near the maximum size this can be. I kind of want to at least make it vaguely rectangular. So I'm going to need to go out of my way for flint of all things. That's just because I didn't get fire clay, so I had to make it, and it's a little hungry on my flint. Yeah, this is just our charcoal pit. I don't fill this thing up the whole way. It's just as I'm doing stuff, occasionally we'll take the time to chop down a tree, huck it in the bottom of the pit, and I keep doing that until I'm out of charcoal, and then I just light up whatever's down there, like flatten it out, light it up. I think this could be 11 by 11 by 11. I think we're like 7 by 9 by 6 maybe? But filling up like the full 11 by 11 by 11, I've done that once. It takes a ridiculous amount of time. It is one of those things, though, you do that and you're like, alright, well, we're just done with charcoal for the game. Like, I've got so much charcoal, it's going to be literally in-game years before I have a chance to use it all, even if I'm just abusively going through it. Yeah, this will let me pull up a bunch of this rammed earth, and then we can go ahead and use that to, keep building up the walls on the blacksmithy a bit more. Yeah, no, but I'm definitely liking the setup we've got going on here. wasn't going to fill in this spot, but I think I'm going to. Okay, so let's drop off the sand. And the fire clay bricks, I'll drop those off too. Could also drop off the iron. We're gonna need to do some with all that stone. Okay, so we got the ladder, we got a bunch of sticks. Let's drop off. I didn't mean to throw those on the ground. Let's drop off about half those sticks. Okay. Let's see, randomest question. Does anyone know if you are gifted a game on Steam and you reject it, does the buyer be able to get their money back? I believe so. But I can't swear to it. Build a temple out of stone. Well, I believe just the loose stone to have to at least make it cobblestone. Which does mean a bunch of other stuff needs to happen for that to work. Okay, so you're all rotting. That's fine. You try to support indie devs so you have a lot of games, but that means people think you want the games. Ah. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm pretty sure it is auto-refunded, just like it's being mentioned. Okay, let's see. Yeah, so since we had our first, like, proper freeze, all the berries and flowers and all that are gone. So, oh wait, actually, I take that back. You still are growing. All the current oh no, I'm just wrong. Yeah, but we should be at the point where I shouldn't be seeing really much of any more berries. Again, the last of our harvest out here. Just check it real fast, see if I can't get like one last cheeky set of berries. Nah, it's looking like a big old bust there. Screw you, bear. Oh, I forgot I turned off where we drop our items. So bear is not one of those. Because we were just like way out in the middle of nowhere getting one-tapped by a very endgame creature that was camping our stuff. Hey bear? Hey bear? Let's see a cool trick? Let's see a cool trick, bear? Hey. That's a cool trick, huh? Not actually what I wanted to do. The plan had been to aggro it. Well, bear. Hey, bear, have you ever been pelted to death by rocks? That was a weirdly delayed hit. Probably that same bear I mentioned that I kept seeing on the north end, but when I went looking for it, it just wasn't showing up. Can I get you to, like, just stay in the corner, please? Just up here hucking rocks at it. One damage at a time. Yeah, that second hit, I was trying to just hit it and then take off for the pit just like this to, Wow, you seriously took an entire stack of stones. That's right, don't worry, I got more where that came from. I'm really, really hurting on, getting my inventory clear of the stones. There we go. What did we learn, Brown Bear? We learned to leave me alone. Well, I guess we didn't learn because you're dead, but you know. If I told anybody, they could learn. I'm not going to because I'd rather keep going in that pit. Alright, so we got a bear hide. So we can go over here to our lime water. It should be available. And chuck you in there. And I'll turn into a soaked bear hide. I want to see a cool trick. Immediately dies. So now we can scrape the leather. Cool. And I still need to make tannin, which means I need to find oak trees. So that's going to be one of our next priorities. Because I'm starting to get a decent amount of leather. What nightmare am I hearing from over here? And they're all starting to take damage because it's getting too cold. So what hasn't grown is going to die soon. All things considered, we did get way more crops than I was expecting to, especially because I lost my first harvest to, being based right next to the ocean. The salt water was just wrecking my crops. Just kept intruding on my farm and just really doing a number. Which what this really ridiculously thick border is around it. That's just to keep the salt water out. Okay, so let's drop off the seeds. Oh, and practically another whole stack of fabric. Well, stuff that'll become fabric. Put you there. Drop more grain off. Drop the turnips off. I'll need some firewood. Pop in here for a moment. And then we can get all the bear bush meat. Get that going. Alright, so I don't have a... Yeah, no, actually, I don't need to worry about the pickaxe because I already have a bunch of the iron, so we can do that. Alright, so if I wanted to make... If I wanted to make a cairn here, I could poke it right under the ground there. I could also lift this whole thing up. In the meantime, I don't even remember what I want pulverized. There's dye making. I remember pulverizing stuff was important. I just don't remember what the heck I even wanted pulverized. There was something I needed to pulverize a lot of. I remember that. Oh, it's bauxite in that. That's right. Stuff like bauxite can be pulverized into other stuff, which we're not ready for yet. Yeah, because it's bauxite and there was another one that we want to pulverize. Oh, I do have a bunch of slate left over. Okay, so we can actually get some more roof tiles going in a minute. So probably need to make this one taller for the pulverizer. And instead of like having a full-on roof like an enclosed space, I'll probably have like kind of just a cover. So we got tons of sand. We got bricks I don't care about. This all needs to get thrown in something. That's all fine. I do have some stuff for some more axles. Let's see here. So the next thing would be the Helve Hammer. We have the Helve Hammer base. And they would have this kind of Helve Hammer here. You put those together, and then I'd need a gear. Right, so we'll probably make a steel Helve Hammer. That way we're just set up for good. That's going to require... Or not steel, iron. I don't need steel. I don't have steel. Okay, so let's see how our bear meat is going. Alright, so... we can grab you two. And let's see here. For an iron hammer, it is 2 ingots. That's what I need to know. Alright, where did I put... Oh, I used all the ingots, that's right. Oh man, I don't want to sit here and just smash away at this. I probably need to. It's fine. Okay, so let's light it up. Let's work on trying to get this all sorted. Very good. Chill time with the best company, yourself. Doing longer walks recently. Foot still is hurt, but you're hoping but you're not letting that hold you back up. Well, that's good. Because, you know, obviously don't push yourself too hard. Never does any good to re-hurt yourself. But yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that you're being able to get around more. It's always a bummer, like, even if you're someone who doesn't get around, when you're like I had my ankle got badly injured in a car accident when I was much younger, like in my 20s. And, you know, they had me like not like I was on crutches for a while, so I couldn't really get around a whole lot, and then after that I was in a walking cast. And the fact that I couldn't get around a whole lot really, really motivated me to wanting to get around a whole lot, which was not productive. I really did not want to be just kind of trapped, just doing whatever. Alright, so put you down there, get you staged, start clearing off all the charcoal stuff off of this. Yeah, and you're forced to be sedentary. It's frustrating, I hear you. Yeah. Alright. So I'm gonna make the Helve Hammer head first. Because what I want to do, as early as I can, is I want to get the Helve Hammer built. Because if I get the Helve Hammer built, then for stuff like just these blooms and the ingots and all that, we could just sit there and just kind of go. And just let it tap them out kind of thing. Yeah, humans are both sturdy and incredibly fragile. Ooh, this is not that hot. We need to hustle. At 700C, I can't work on it anymore. It's just, you know, at that point, it's just too cold. Which, if that happens, all I have to do is just trade them back and forth and let it reheat. It's not like I just lose the material or something. But yeah, it's like, you talk about how ridiculously powerful the human immune system is. Really sophisticated stuff. It's also utter crap at other times. Like on one hand, we can heal through stuff that like so many other creatures can't dream of. All right, so give that emote to heat up. But the other time, that sometimes our immune system is like, there's literally nothing wrong. What if, hear me out, I became the thing that was wrong? You're like, body, no. Stop. Alright, so this will give me a hell of hammerhead. The autoimmune is a pain? Yeah. Yeah. I know someone going through that right now. Alright, so I'm gonna need more planks. I know actually quite a few people have dealt with autoimmune stuff. I'm fortunate I'm not among them, but... Okay, so give me the last that firewood, and for right now I'm just gonna chuck you over here. Okay, so I'm not gonna go through my full stack. I'm just gonna go until the coal runs out in this. So I'll probably be like 1 or 2 more ingots. And then, like I said, I want to switch over to getting the Helvhammer set up, because if we get the Helvhammer set up, you just put it there, it just kind of goes tap, 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 and it'll just keep doing that on the anvil. And with that, what ends up happening is for just doing these, I don't have any wear and tear in my hammer. I just heat it up, chuck it on the thing, and just let the hammer smash away at it, and we're good. Because as you can imagine, if I have to do this for every ingot forever, that'd suck. But that's fine. Because pretty much all you do is you just get the Helvhammer, and then what this ends up being is, I can't remember if you needed 2 forges, but you could just like literally just set it and just kind of move the blooms over to it, let the blooms just get smashed into their things, and then once you finish that, you'd turn and grab like the ingot, heat it up to make whatever you actually wanted to make, and you'd make like your pickaxe head or whatever it was that you were trying to make with the iron. You can kind of run a full shop. Alright, so it looks like the coal ran out. So that one didn't get hot enough for me to process, which is fine. Okay, is there something I want to make before this cools off? We can't make an iron plate. We already have that. The iron rod I don't need for anything. The wrench lets you reorient things, which is kind of helpful, but I don't want to deal with it. The saw blade is fine. I'm not wasting on arrows. We're nowhere near ready to make the anvil pieces. And you require 4 ingots. Okay. So the answer is no. There's nothing I immediately need. So right now I'm just going to put that on the floor. That way I can actually step on and have my guy yelp every single time they set on, you know, how hot are you? 1010 degrees Celsius. Okay, so for the Helvhammer, that's gonna be the planks. I'm actually gonna need that still. The Helvhammer head is still really hot. I only got 1 plank there. And grab the pine and the saw. Yeah, 1 stack will be plenty. Okay, so the Helve Hammer, so I need 8. There's the Helve Hammer. Alright, now for the Helve Hammer base, I need 1 resin, a chisel, a hammer, and that. So grab the fat and the resin. Because I have... Oh, I'll probably also need you. Because I'll probably need to go and make some more gearing and all that. Right, so let's eat that real fast. Okay, so for the base, it was 1, 2, 3. I don't remember the exact position of things. Helve Hammer base. Okay, so it was the... Resin goes down there. So I got the Helve Hammer base. So now we need to go over here for the gearing. So I can go there. Chisel. Hammer. I apparently need the saw. And I do have the saw on me. The saw. More sticks. The resin. The wood. The fat. And we're good there. And I probably am going to want an axle. I'm going to make a second one. Okay, so that means I'm out of fat, so we can't do anything too exciting here now. Let's grab you. Grab the chisel. Put it back in the wall. Grab you. Put you back on the wall. Where's my hammer? There you are. Put you back on the wall. Drop off the charcoal. I liked how you were talking Ultra the Basics the other day. Made me realize maybe I give this another go. If you had a big brother guide you. Yeah, so it's kind of one of those things. I do think if you follow like the actual like tutorial thing, I know some people tutorials don't work well. It does do a pretty good job of walking you through little by little. But you know, if tutorials don't work for you, they don't work for you. You can't force it. Alright, drop the wood off there. Drop the resin back off here. We've got the Helve Hammer stuff. We got the gearing. Let's put our saw on the wall there. Let's pick up our kern. And see if we can't make this work. I think you need to face the other way around. What am I missing from you? So Helve Hammer base. I don't care about transmissions and all that. Let's see, for mechanized thing, Smither cast a Helve Hammer head, then the Helve Hammer itself, a base, and a wooden toggle. Well, crap. I did not make the wooden toggle, so you were just not going to work. Okay, so I need 2 more axles, so I need more fat. Because then I believe then I can connect these all up. That's fine. So I need to find an animal that's going to give me some fat and go get that fat. Because if I can get all that, then I can just chuck stuff on it It'll save me a lot of pain. We also need to be looking for oak trees. Wolves that way. Thank you for announcing yourselves, wolves. Where are you, wolves? Nah, pink ponds are poisonous. Okay. That's one fat. That should be enough for 2 axles. Well, I don't need flint. I can just grab the peridotite that I've got in my box and make axe heads with that. And I'm glad people enjoyed it. Oh yeah, no, I wish I would have caught where you found the copper later. I meant to go pop back into that VOD and check. Because finding like a bunch of veins of copper is pretty solid. Because that means you get to use your copper tools pretty regularly and you don't have to like go back to other junk. And then that also means if you find tin, then that automatically kicks us right up into bronze. And where I'm at now is I'm only 1 step past bronze, which is on iron. Okay. Okay, start cooking that bushmeat. You're probably not ready for me to toss more into the lime water. You know, I deliberately haven't played on the server just, you know, for if you wanted to play again, all that kind of stuff. Didn't want to just feed the map forward, because that's always a bummer. Repop in and go, I have no idea what's going on anymore. What is all this machinery? To be fair, it doesn't get super like, the machinery-wise, this is almost as complicated as it is having the windmill. The one and only thing, which I've never done, is you can get, like, a clutch. So you can be like, turn this machine off, like, detach it from the system. I never bothered. I want to see, like, you want to know what my strategy is? More power. If something needs to be turned off, more power, or I'll just rip out the axle and call it a day. So I need those. I need logs. Oh, and we also need the resin. Let's see here. Axle. Oh, I guess I don't need resin for that. Axle, okay. Okay, so it's just fat. Yeah, so just boom, fat, chisel, hammer. There's 2 axles. Drop the wood back in here. Drop the resin back there. So what my hope is... It's not really what I had in mind, but okay. Because I'm just trying to get these gears to connect to that thing. Oh, I also just remembered... Wait, what did the... Let me guess. I've already messed up for that thing. You needed... a wooden toggle. Right, because I needed this, and then... Alright, that's why I needed the 2 fats. Is because I needed one for... the first piece and one for the second. I don't really care about those right now. Let's get 2 more of these. And then we're going to go and see if we can't find ourselves another wolf or something that we can kill to try and get 1 more fat. Because then I should be able to make the actual toggle so that we can have the Hellhammer. Because I'll just make my blacksmithing stuff way less of an effort. That's probably enough firewood already in there. So we could save the rest. Cool. Let's go see if we can't find ourselves a another local wildlife to eat. Would you maybe not be a jerk? All right. I heard you, Wolf. Oh, 2 wolves and they're stuck. Poor wolves. Such a shame. Such a shame. Yeah, some of the animals, they don't have footsteps for whatever reason. There are mods to add them because it is pretty terrible. There's definitely times you're minding your own business and just suddenly hear a bear swipe you and it's just over. Alright, so that gives me 4 medium leather. We're booping their snoots? Yes, we can go with that. Surprisingly, my pumpkin plants, I mean, they're withered. So drop you off. For right now, just chuck those in there. They'll keep for a couple of days. And then gonna have to go once again, go give me that. Boop all the snoots, always and forever. Alright, so we need to go here, and I need the toggle. There's a wooden toggle. So I need planks, and then resin. Okay, so where's that toggle again? Okay, so boom, boom, drop you in. There's the animal fat. That takes a lot of resin. Okay, luckily I have a lot of resin. Okay, there's the toggle. Yeah, and that's the reason, like, when we were playing, I was like, you know, keep an eye out for resin. You don't need it till pretty late, but it is those things. You do go through a decent amount. Oh, right. I remember how you work. So we need to pick these up. I need to shift the whole thing back. Grab the toggle. You are facing the wrong way. Try this again. There we go. So now I should be able to go over here and go. Just put this straight through, maybe? No. Huh. It's always the stuff around positioning this stuff that just, like, really throws me. Pick you up for a minute. Because my expectation would be that I could put this here to make it exactly like that one. Let's just try shifting it away one block. Because I know they can share stuff. Yeah, people said the gears need one space. Yeah, oh, you know what it was? The last time I did this, I didn't have the little gears here. I had a giant gear here to take advantage of, like, gear ratios and all that stuff. So that means I kind of can't have things splitting off the same spot. Which is interesting. Because I have to, like, toggle it back and forth. I can live with that too. Yeah, no, last time I had a big gear doing this. So I'm wondering if I could put a big gear on top of here. A large gear section. So that doesn't require fat. It's honestly not that bad to make. Do I have 8 resin? I don't think we do. But I think we can make 8 resin happen pretty easily. I have 3 resin. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. So let's drop off the bone. You got plenty of gears here and all that. Yeah, so I got a bunch of resin here. Let's go grab a bunch of that resin. And see if we can't get our 8 resin to make the large gear. And then my hope is I'll be able to build like all 3 things off the large gear. Can't say I'm doing because of all this. Not that tree anyways. Okay. So I got the resin off of that one. I hate where I swear I can hear bees. And then I definitely don't find bees. That's not resin, what are you? Ah. Okay, to the left is resin though. There's some resin I didn't have marked in the map. Oh. Get some chicken of the woods. Alright. It definitely feels like resin isn't as rare as it used to be. I remember having to put a lot more effort into my resin. Excuse me, are you? Okay. False alarm. Okay. Alright, next hit would have killed me. Just go the other way. Leave the angry puppers alone. Oh, there it is. I was like, I have one marked here. And there's another one. And apparently another one. Yeah, no, they've definitely buffed the rate that you get the resin. There's another one over here. There's the one we found previously. There's that one. One more resin will do it. That's a bear? It looks like it ditched the bear. And perfect. Cool, so I got my 8 resin I need for the giant wheel. And so with the giant wheel, now what I could do is get the really big gear. Then I should be able to hook everything up to the giant big gear. All right. So let's go ahead and pop down here. I've got even more hides. Grab the meat, because like I said, it does not keep very long. We'll chuck you over here. Okay, so while that's working, let's get everything rearranged. So I do have a little bit more fat. I don't think I need the fat right now, so chuck that in there. I'll grab the resin just because. I'll grab all of these. Let me just grab the fat as well. I know I need sticks. We'll grab those. I don't know... What do I need for the big gear? Let's see. So large gear section, I do need the saw. I'll grab that. I need the hammer. And the chisel. Okay. So resin. Big gear section. Alright, so put you here. Wood there. The hammer. Chisel. Sticks. And the saw, and we need 1, 2. What am I short on? My saw. My saw does not have enough durability left to make more. That's fine. I'll put you back up on the wall for later. It's fine. We'll grab our 1 iron ingot. Chuck you in here. Put 2 charcoal in there. Light it up. Your tongs ready. Throw the mushrooms in there. No, actually, iron's easier for me than the bronze. Like, seeking out the materials for bronze is not that hard. Once you've got it, like a iron vein goes for a very long time, whereas the bronze I've got to find the tin and everything. Well, I don't have, like, I've got a bunch of the iron just sitting up here as well, waiting for being processed. I've personally found once I get iron, I primarily use iron. Yeah, and I've got only 5 of those left. I think I can make 2 more bronze ingots. Whereas for iron, I've got 9 more ingots right there. I think I have another thing. Why is part of my inventory blue? I have a mining bag. I'm kind of covering it up, but it's a special bag that can only carry, like, ore, like, it can only carry mining tools, flint, ore, and stone. So this blue inventory I can only use for specific things, while this one's free for anything. What the heck was I making? Saw. Now, I do have a thing that's shortcutting the minigame just a little bit, but normally what I'd do is I could tap out the spots you want to miss. You can also move the material around. Okay, so for making the saw here, I just need a stick, so we go saw, stick. What? Oh, saw, stick. So big gear, so we need to put you there. Chisel here. Hammer there. Resin there. Wood. Sticks. 1 and 2. Let's see here. Right now, put that and the resin away. And that. Oh, that's right. It's something like... Ah. Okay, so we need a bunch of planks and then one of our axles. Cool, so now I've got the really big gear. Press again. But get you out of here, get you out of here, get you out of here. Take these apart since they're done. Hey, do you mind? I'm working in here. Alright, so now I grab the axle here. Cool. Okay, so putting the gear on there definitely really killed the power. Obviously, what I'm gonna need to do is go up top and set the gear ratios up there so it goes like little, big, big, little. So that way it's 1 to 1 on the other side. The only downside I see is we're getting the kern in here. You're gonna probably have to have another gear there. And then yeah, like I'm gonna have to get more power up there. But this does mean it's time to start moving my forge and all that up here. Because now, with that up there, I can grab these two. I plunk you right there. And not make it a deeply upsetting angle. I plunk you right there. I can, you know, forge, drop it here, let the Hellhammer do the work. For right now, I'm going to chuck all of these in here and worry about that another time. A deeply upsetting angle? Yeah. It happens. Right now, drop you in there. So yeah, so this is becoming our actual forge up here. Well, blacksmithy, whatever you want to call it. I think ultimately what I'm going to probably do is get these pit kilns out of here and move them someplace else. Okay. Because I'm a bit worried we're getting too close to stuff that might be flammable. Yeah, I think the pit kilns are moving. They've done their job well, but we're at the point now that I'm a little worried if I just leave these here. What's going to ultimately happen is I'm going to not think about it, chuck something in there, and then find out my wood gearing is flammable, and then, you know, make them on fire. Real fast, let's pop down here, see how our food's going. Oh, you won't be needed down here. The fire pit's gonna end up getting moved. Gears and fire equal bad. Okay. Oh, let's drop these while we're here. For right now... Cool. Okay, with that, we just opened up a bunch of space down there. Okay, so we got all that. We'll end up needing to make storage boxes up here. Not too worried about that for the moment. We will ultimately want to cover this area, that way it doesn't rain on our molds while we have it heated, so we don't have any molds explode. And then also, you know, so it doesn't put out torches and rain all over me and make my character all sad and whatever. Not sad, that's not a mechanic. Yeah, no, I hooked those things up and it shut that thing down. Okay, so we're gonna have to make another one of those big gears, unfortunately. And the reason that's gonna help is right now what's happening is I'm going from a little gear to a big gear to a little gear. And when you do the things to go to gear ratios, that's ultimately putting a lot more torque against the turbine. So it's trying to rotate those gears super duper fast, but it's also massively increasing the torque. And so the windmill or the wind sails don't have... Ooh, hey, we actually have some of these things are freezing now. We've got actual ice. So I've gotten to that part of the year. And so far we managed to not touch any of the crops we've been planting as far as that. We will definitely go into that into the winter like a lot. But so far I managed to avoid it. Okay. Grab our copper saw. Put you over there. And a real challenge with that is... I only have... Well, actually I have 3 resin left. That's actually not that bad. It means I would need 5 more resin. Because of the 5 more resin, I could go up to the top there. And again, so make it so there's no change in gear ratio on this axle. But then change the gear rate... Like, yeah, no change in gear ratio on this axle. So it's effectively 1 input there to 1 output on that, and then you divide it by 3. In the meantime, do we have a third gear? Oh no, I'm already using it. In the meantime, let's take the pulverizer's gear. I don't think I need that. Oh, I thought I was going to be able to do that. I'm willing to bet if I took this off, it would let me do it. I'm so confused. Because I'd assume that would work. If you're confused, imagine how confused I am. Yeah, some of the stuff here is a little wonky. So I can probably do to fix this short term until I can get that. So at least I can use some of these. We can pull this off. We can grab there, put you there. Right now, just sitting that there. Yep, so that'll work for at least for the dealing with the iron blooms, because then I can forge them here, chuck them there, that kind of thing. Right now, did I already eat all the bear meat? I think I did, right? Yeah, I did. So we have to start cooking stuff soon. With that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time that I gotta be wrapping up for the night. Let's see, you might have to sink the current into the floor one box. I'm gonna probably have to, which is what we did last time. I was trying to avoid it. I wanted to actually like gear it above and there, so it's all on the same level, because that's what I did last time, is I had the kern like buried in a little pit that I'd go down to go grab the stuff from, and everything else is on the level. Yeah, this game is so satisfying to watch progression, even if you could never play it. Yeah, and that's the thing. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future, just like that person did, because that's kind of how this whole thing. Let's see, can the larger gear be in the air, not in the ground? I believe so. I actually did that earlier, and I, was too high up to get that all sorted. But yeah, so thank you for those files. So what's going to end up happening here is we're going to be raiding out in a minute. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. The stream will be ending for you on the YouTube side. Because I don't have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in over there, and have a lovely evening. For everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and seeing who I can find to